Audio. Wait, no, there's audio. Okay, all better. Oh no.
Check 1 2. Okay, sound beautiful. Yeah, this is the one.
Yeah.
It's just here.
Okay, maybe that works. No, I'm trying to get the audio for this up. Let me turn this all the way down first. Because I think people can hear me, but they can't hear everybody else. It's coming out crazy.
This is what I thought y'all were looking at. Because that's what it looks like for me. And I'm like, you don't want to share that. That's fucking garbage.
Okay, I have to turn it way down.
Oh, fucking rip.
Yeah. It's like that's not presentable.
Yeah, no, it just looks like Discord and a browser window for the rest of us.
Right on.
Yep, with a bunch of buttons at the bottom.
Okay. Did you sort out the audio?
Yep. Usually I can have that thing completely all the way up, but if I have it up, it overmodulates. Why do I know that word? Never mind. Yeah, let's party.
Yeah. Again, we're just missing Let's Chief. So what I'm going to do, and I'll be able to chop this in the VOD later and make it look all nice like I did for Castle last time. There's a turd in every single punch bowl in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around the table. Give everybody a second to introduce themselves to the audience. Tell everybody who you are, what you're about, where they can find you, and all of that jazz. We'll say it again later as well. But let's start
Is
with,
Chief
of
not
course,
coming?
he better be.
Oh, hey, Radish. So remember you
But
were talking about the
yes, sir.
etymology of the word based?
Yes.
So the
Little B,
person
base
that's
god.
that's little B, the base god. That's where the term base came from.
Got you. Okay. Oh, the picture, the person in the
Yeah, that's the
Thank you,
dude that
base
Game
god.
Boy.
started calling himself the base god.
Okay. I mean, those earrings
I
are what
was
I would consider based. So
I I was listening to him earlier this morning. Lethe, have you heard "I'm a god"
Yes, I have.
or "I'm God" or whatever?
New
Dude.
wow.
name, base god, ice cream paint job.
Oh hell yeah, bro. Thank you, base god. I don't ever know
I
what
can't
happened
tell
to
if you guys are
those
being
guys.
smartasses or not. Like I can't gauge my tism is not
Bertha rap.
getting the sarcasm through. So I just need you to make a sarcasm face for me if you're being smartasses, please.
Cannot
No?
hear anybody else on the stream other than you. We literally cannot.
Oh, really? That's hilarious. We all have audio issues. Let's go.
You're talking to me?
Rip. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's talking to you.
I'm back again. We can hear it through echo in a way, but we don't actually hear their.
You got it. I figured it out. My fucking bad. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Kay.
See what happens when Chief doesn't show up?
That's exactly right. My sound guy's not here, and I don't have a fucking sound check. So it should be sounding all right. But you know what? Just because I'm going to agree, let's listen to Know Nothing. I hear my obnoxious voice. All right, Lethe.
I hear you.
Yep, I hear myself 3 times. All right, cool. So at least it's going through with y'all. And then where's Vigi? Vigi, there you are, buddy. Let's go ahead and get you pulled up as well, so I can see what you look like. Yep, there we go. All right, cool. Very cool. All right. Well, Kay, stand by because I'm hoping Chief is okay. But we're gonna give him about another 15 minutes. If he's not here by 7:30, we're just gonna have to find a stand-in.
I mean, I wouldn't spend that much money to to make sure that Chief gets here on time. just to let K step in.
Is that what I walked in to do? Is that were y'all bribing Chief off of the debate? Is that what was going on?
Absolutely not. I would never do something like that.
I don't think Chief ever received $40 through Apple Pay.
No.
I think that's blasphemous to assume he received $40.
You guys. All right, so we're gonna go back through it now. Now that we've gotten, I think hopefully everybody's able to be heard, and everything else. So we're gonna go back through it, and I'm gonna cut this in. Like I said, we're gonna get all this garbage and nonsense out for the VOD. But for those of you who are here for the live, you guys get to see all of the craziness and the hijinks. So let's start from scratch. Number one, Doomer, captain of the team Affirmative. Tell us about yourself. Tell us where to find you. Tell us what you're about, sir.
Yeah, I'm Doomer. You can find me at the Radish Patch. That's Radish's Discord here. Not generally elsewhere for now at the moment, but yeah, hop in the Discord, say something stupid. I'm sure to hop around and find you.
That is true. You do have a tendency to put people in their places. Okay, so now we're going to go over there to Mr. Know Nothing. Do me a favor, sir. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us what you're about. Tell us where people can find you.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Know Nothing Attorney. This is my first debate. You can call me Know Nothing. You can call me Austin. I'm located out of Austin, Texas. Medicaid attorney. I fledgling streamer. My project is to succeed at the impossible goal of trying to have a constitutional convention because it's the only way to fix all the constitutional holes we have. And other than that, it's just for the fun of the game. Love constitutional law and love debate.
Cheers.
And you can find me at Know Nothing Attorney on YouTube and Twitch.
Yep. And I actually just threw a shout out into the chat for everybody for you. I would kick it to Let's Chief, but motherfucker ain't here. So instead, we're going to go to Vigilante, the captain of Team Negative. Sir, please. Oh, no, that's not you. That's you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us where to find you. What you're about, sir.
Yeah, so I'm the Vigilante TV. I do a lot of debates, primarily just debate right wingers, and also do Radish's debates sometimes. Mostly do it to make people look dumb. It's because it's fun and it's funny. And then I also do gaming streams sometimes. You can find me at the Vigilante TV here on Twitch. You can also find me on TikTok and Twitter. My link tree is in my bio. It's got all my links.
And unfortunately, it tells me I can't shout out two people that fast because Twitch is stingy. So we're going to go over to you, Mr. Lethe. One more time. Tell us about yourself. Tell us who you are. Tell us where to find you.
Lethe Water Kai on all platforms. Just dude that pulls up. Usually should be persona non grata. We're totally not chaotic this week. Everything's in full homeostasis. No problems, no issues. All peace and love. So good to see everybody tonight, and thanks for having me on, Horseradish.
Oh, sir, the honor is mine as always. And I can't believe I am going to do this, but let's make that bigger for everybody. Game Boy, tell us about yourself. Tell us where tell us where to find you. And tell us what you're about.
I'm Game Boy. I'm an ex-convert of Sufi Muslim jihad. I debate sometimes, not often. Radish doesn't really let me on anymore. I don't stream. I post YouTube shorts occasionally. Free Pooh Shiesty.
Free my boy Pooh Shiesty.
Sweet Jesus. All right. So I while we're still waiting, you said something about a constitutional convention. First of all, we will discuss Austin at some other time. I left Austin after about 20 years, so we can definitely compare notes.
Or two.
I'm curious, yeah, or two. So I moved to Washington. Actually, I moved to the most beautiful place in this country. So, and
taking
I
my
have
first
not
trip up
regretted
there
it today.
this summer. Can't
Ooh,
wait.
I'm going to tell you, it'll break you. It'll break you. So we had been in Austin for about 18 years. My wife and I came up here on a vacation once. We were on our way back, already planning our next vacation. I was like, what if we were to just move to the place we want a vacation? How about that? And turned out that it was about the same cost as a fucking vacation. So We've been Washingtonians ever since. And man, let me tell you, when my Austin friends like bitch and moan about, oh, it's 90 degrees in March, and I'm like, yeah, that's gotta suck because there was drizzle this morning, and it's like 55 degrees in heaven. So, and everything's green and it smells like nature. So,
Man.
anyways, yeah. Yeah, I will say Oregon almost caught us though, because we drove up, and Oregon was almost pretty enough to stop us, but no, Washington is the shit. So, and they like guns here. That's a big plus. Like I thought that Washington is basically the Texas of the North, in my experience. I have a whole
How long did
theory
it take
about-
them to release their slaves?
Buddy, it's not.
I don't
It's
think we. I don't.
Ohio
I don't
is.
think we. I don't think they. What did you just fucking say?
That's what you always
Well-
Did you
Ohio
just say
is the Texas
Ohio
of
is
the
the
North.
Texas of the North? That you do.
Yes.
Go wash your mouth out. Ohio
Bro,
isn't even the
have- I-
armpit of the United States.
Why
bro.
does everyone want to be the
Bro, have
Texas
you
of
not
this or the
fucking
Texas of that?
No.
I wouldn't want to be the
First of
Texas
all,
of anything. I
our
wouldn't
gun-
even want to
our
be
gun
Texas.
laws our gun laws are almost
Don't
as lax as
forget the
Texas
Alamo.
is. Ohio is actively trying to
Watch your mouth.
ban fucking transgender rights just like Texas is. Ohio, even though we have the fucking abortion amendment that protects abortion rights, Ohio is still actively trying to criminalize getting an abortion. Ohio's fucking politics is almost exactly the same as Texas is.
But
Okay, let me
who's
rephrase
proud of being
myself.
from Ohio?
Washington
outside of Jake
has
Paul?
all of the cool parts of Texas, but without the shitty parts of Texas. How about that?
It's got
No,
all the
so-
freedom.
Yeah, exactly. It's got all the basically the same mentality of the people who did the oil rush or the ones who did the gold rush. That same don't fuck with me, don't tell me what to do. The difference was it was cold up here, so everybody figured out they had to work together. That's the only difference. Down in Texas, it's hot and everybody's angry and they just want to shoot at each other. So they never trusted each other and they never built a proper community.
That's why
and
one of
for
my
what it's worth, the biggest problem with Texas is that it's full of Texans. Texas would be so much better if it wasn't for the fucking Texans. But that's a whole nother
We're
subject,
losing
so.
them, man.
that's why
Everyone's coming here.
that's one of my
Yeah.
favorite pastimes is making sure Californians take over Texas and reminding Texans
Hell
about
yeah.
how the Alamo actually went down. I want them to remember the Alamo. That's spanking.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
don't give me
that's
this
fair,
fake
that's fair.
history.
Yes,
Duh.
the true story. And for
Haters,
what it's worth,
haters,
Game
haters.
Boy,
Haters
Game
because
Boy?
they ain't us.
let me introduce you to a word called gentrification. Okay? Texas is being pushed out of being Texans and it's being introduced to a new group of people. Okay? So all of the Texans
Twin, I've lived
will
in
be
Houston all my life. I know gentrification.
I'm so sorry. Fair point. Fair point.
Yeah, also sorry.
Yeah. Of
I
all
lived
of the
there for a
places
year and I
in
got out.
Texas, yeah, Austin is the only one you could possibly force me to go back to. So,
Yeah.
anyway,
I do want to say, Lethe, it was
That's
a
what
moment of
everyone
pride telling
says
my
who doesn't
daughter.
understand the culture.
You couldn't pay me enough to live in Texas, and I live in Ohio.
what were you
It
gonna
was
say?
a
No,
moment of
nothing?
pride telling my daughter that the Alamo is not something to be heroified.
No, that spanking was brutal. Like Jim Bowie died. Like holy shit. The legends
Also,
of the
not
West.
noble causes.
No,
It-
yeah, don't give me that bullshit. We're free here.
Y'all should have just gave back the
You,
cannon.
but-
Should have just gave back the cannon. That's all I'm saying.
Free to go to public school without having religion introduced.
Mm.
all I'm saying is, like, it wouldn't be terrible if, like, the people who just didn't like the law left. Like, why do you keep on coming in here and being like, no, 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 you can't be racist? Like, just, jeez,
How
trying to
about
control us,
we-
man.
How about we just build the
Game
wall?
Boy, you
around
got to
this
understand there are
guy?
new guests and they don't understand because you don't. Again, the sarcasm they can't hear it in your voice.
What
so they
sarcasm?
don't know.
Yeah, what's sarcasm?
So just
Yeah, I
so
was
y'all
about to
know,
come
Chief.
back.
Yeah, Chief did reach out. He has apparently had some technical difficulties with an alarm clock, but I do believe he is on his way. So we will all mock him viciously once he arrives. I hope, and I hope that that also means that Doomer is going to use him in the most inappropriate ways for this debate. So real quick, I'm going to go over the prompt. No, excuse me. I'm going to go over the format again. I kind of sent it out to everybody so that y'all could see. And I also want the chatters out there in the audience to know. Has the little thing popped up yet? It has not, has it?
not giving me credit for writing your new fucking format out for you because you didn't have it written out.
No, I didn't. Because dude, there's so many things that I have to do all at once, and I'm still trying to hold down a grown-up job. So, but hopefully someday I'll be able to focus my attention on this full
How
time.
the
That might be
hell
swell.
do you have your camera working in 2 places, Vigi?
Fucking
Mine
OBS,
is too,
what do you
dude.
mean?
Mine is working in 3 fucking
Mine's
places.
working fine.
Well,
You
mine's
know
not
how to
working.
Use a fucking virtual cam.
Yeah, are you not using a virtual cam?
No, I'm using an actual cam.
Ah, there you go. So
Bro,
running it
okay,
running it through
hold on.
OBS, and using a virtual cam gives you the ability to have that go out to multiple different sources. So I've got it running into the OBS RAW. I've got it running into the Video Ninja. I've got it running into the Discord. Like you could have it going all of the places. And the best part
Alright,
is
Leafy,
you can also do it with shit like written behind you and stuff. So like because it's on your OBS, you can put whatever headers. So like you can put your name, like if you're on other people's panels and shit, stuff like that. It's pretty boss. Like what he's doing there,
Leafy,
where he's
yeah,
calling
tune
you
into
old.
the shared screen real quick. So one of the things I have is I have this scene right here that's just camera only,
Mhm.
right? And what that is used for is with this whole little virtual camera button that if I press stop, it just does that. Um, you click this little drop down, go to scene, click output selection, and click camera only. And then now you can, because your camera is being filtered through OBS, you can use your camera in everything else.
So as soon as you started talking about this, I started hearing like a massive amount of static that just got louder and louder over time until all the words just sounded like white noise.
I have ADHD too.
But I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that should be working.
Hammer is home now. Idaho is more Texas than Texas, and Ohio isn't. It isn't close.
Okay, how can you be more Texas than Texas? This is targeted, all right? Like you're
That's
just
because
trying
Texas
to
is so
be
full of
something
itself,
else.
buddy. No. We're just trying to put Texas in its place, which is
By
basically the
telling it
taint of the
that
nation,
other things
right?
are more
Well,
in.
that's
Isn't that
Florida.
the-
No, that's actually Florida.
No, that's the testicles. Like if you think about it, like if you're looking from a profile, if Florida is the ball sack, then Texas would be the taint
I'm convinced.
geographically.
And there's nothing
Now I
wrong
do
with
want you
being
all
the
to think
clit of
about what that
America.
means California is. Yeah.
The ball sack of America.
No, they're kind of the asshole.
There's nothing wrong being the clit of America.
No,
I like
Are
to
we
think
the
of
lower
America
back?
as a
What are we?
hermaphrodite.
New
Yeah,
York is
Whoa,
definitely
we're the
let's
tramp
see.
stamp. We're the tramp stamp of America.
We're the butterfly.
Welcome. Yeah, exactly. Welcome in, Let's Chief. Glad to see you can make it, sir. We were worried
He's
about you.
only in
And
video
I'm willing
ninja.
to admit Texas isn't
He'll
perfect.
get it figured
We
out.
have
He's
Austin.
literally the guy who set all this shit up. I think he knows how it works.
I understand the sarcasm now.
I'm glad. See, he's getting caught up. Welcome to the community, my friend. Okay, so
Thank you.
now I'm gonna go through the format now that we're serious and now the Chief's here. We're also gonna go ahead and talk a little bit to the chatters out there. I don't know why it's not scrolling or rolling, but any second now there should be a thing that pops up with a link. I need to set it up, and I'm going to try to set it up while I'm doing the things here so that it will pop up over there. But we are rolling out the ability for y'all to donate, all you cheap bastards. $2 is, we do not have judges. You notice that tonight for the 3v3s, for at least this season, we're going to try this out. There's not going to be judges on the 3v3s. It's just going to be the audience vote exclusively. So that means y'all really need to fucking pay attention and you need to be ready to vote. It costs you nothing to vote. It is easy to do. You just follow the link that I'm going to put into the chat after the debates and you just tell us who you thought won. But if you want to, and since the judges aren't here to contribute questions to the Q&A session, that is on you guys, chat. If you guys have questions throughout this, you're going to be able to make a $2 donation to contribute to the questions. And if we have enough questions, we're going to hold some of those questions over into the after party. Now, that said, we're also going to add time to the after party based on, or people are able to add time to it. We're not doing the add time to the debates right now. We're going to do that for the 1v1s. But this one, there's going to be enough time. Everybody's going to get a chance to go. So we're going to hear all of the debaters engage with all of the other debaters at some point. So the way this works, we're going to have each person go back and forth with a 3-minute opening, followed by a 3-minute cross examination, followed by another 3-minute opening, followed by a 3-minute cross examination until everybody has gone. Now, the captains are going to choose the order. It is going to go to Doomer first on the affirmative to decide who is going to be the affirmative's first open. Once that person is done opening, then Vigilante is going to choose who is cross-examining that person. Once that person is done cross-examining, they're going to present their opening. Then we're going to kick it back to Doomer, who's going to choose who's going to cross-examine that person from the negative. There it is. See, I knew it was going to happen. So we're going to go back and forth. Once that's done, we're going to go to what I'm calling the champion phase. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock, and number 1 is going to go against number 3, the person that they did not interact with. You'll notice that the way that it's laid out, you're going to deal with, excuse me, inappropriate. You're going to deal with 2 of the 3 in the cross examinations, whether you're cross examining them or they're cross examining you. The third person is going to be the person that you are just going to be in an open conversation with. So like I said, you are going to be in some sort of a cross play with every single person on the opposing team. After that, we're going to go around the team, same order that we went in, with each person giving a 3-minute closing. Then we're going to go to the Q&A section. Now, the judging is going to happen after the Q&A section. We're going to see how many questions come in, and we're going to kind of feel it out from there. Like I said, this part is a little bit new. It's not that many rules there, myopic. Simmer down. It'll be fine. You'll see it all follows in. Okay. It all falls into place and it all makes sense. Appreciate the follow button. All right. So, Chief, is everything up and running? Are you ready to go? I will take that as a no, Chief. So I guess I will keep the party rolling, and I will keep talking, and I will talk a little bit more about the DMZ. So what we are doing here is a good faith debate forum. We saw a need. We saw a missing thing. We saw we saw an absence of good faith interlocutors. We saw that the blood sports and the bullshit was just getting more and more, and we don't want that. So with that said, it started out just Saturdays, but we're getting enough feedback and we're getting enough reactions and we're getting enough follows that we're like, you know what, we're going to start doing it on Fridays too. In the long term, I'm not sure if we're going to do like 3v3s on Fridays and 1v1s on Saturdays or something like that. We're still kind of working all of that out. This is only the second season. We've been doing this since August, and for what it's worth, those donations that are coming in, especially once they start getting bigger, I'm going to be keeping track, and half of the donations that come in from each night are going to go to the winning debaters and the judges if there are any. Okay. So in other words, if $100 comes in, 50 of it's going to get split across the 3 people who won. Now, it's not a lot right now. I get that, but it's something. At least we're all going to try and get a little bit of grease in the bearings, right? Over time, hopefully that's going to get a little bit better and it's going to be more worthwhile for everybody. Right now, I'm not going to try and fucking Venmo you $2 if we get $10 in the night. So I'm just going to keep track. I'm going to have that visible in the Discord channel so everybody can see like where that's at. Ooh. Yeah, we can put that right next to the results. That's the other thing. Over in the Discord channel, y'all saw me put it in here earlier, but I'm going to put it in here one more time. You guys can actually, if you want to participate in the debates, just let me know. I'll send you the list of prompts that we do every week. And basically, I try to find evenly balanced people. We do our best to try to give positive feedback and help each other get better at debates. Nobody's as good as they think they are, and all of us probably could use a little bit of help. So that said, this is almost like Fight Club, except we talk about it all the fucking time. Chief, are you there yet? Jesus Christ, I'm running out of fill, buddy. All right, so once
I got
again,
it.
what? Shoot,
Yeah, I'm all
talk.
good.
Thank Christ. All right, I don't want to give Mike to Game Boy. So thank you again for all of your patience, everybody. Let's, Chief. Everybody else is already gone. You're the castle this time. So if you would be so kind, sir, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you're about, and where people can find you.
What's up, everybody? I'm Les Chief. I am left of center, usually found debating or working behind the scenes on the DMZ and other programs with the Horseradish here. Don't stream too much anymore, but you could find me out on Arc Raiders. Hello, Raiders.
Arc Raiders. I remember when I
Ooh,
had
you
time
need to
for
learn how
video
to play for
games.
real games.
Hey. No insults, no shade for Arc Raiders. Best game that's
It's,
been made.
it's
last
funny
year.
after watching him actually stream some video games on screen and how that went.
Who, Vigi?
I was doing fine. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right. Shots fired already. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and do my fun little opening speech. Everybody, those of you who have never heard this before, listen up. Those of you who've heard it way too many times, I apologize. But it is. Where the fuck is it? Oh, Lord. Where is it? Come on. There we go. All right, cool. And again, this all looks better in post once I've actually done the editing. So it all fits together nicely then. All right.
It's in post.
So good evening, everyone. Welcome. Ooh, what?
We'll fix it in post.
That's right. We'll fix it in post. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues with people you disagree with. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We are trying to cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversations where you have to actually stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So attack the belief, not the believer. At least for tonight, please check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit-slinging that have plagued our society for far too long. But here, our audience does get a say. So there will be a link in the chat at the end to where you can go to vote. Please limber up your voting fingers. It is free for everybody after all. And exercise your democratic rights to decide which side made the most persuasive case, not just which one you thought was prettiest. Tonight's prompt is going to be: political compromise is beneficial for society. We've already gone through our introductions, but I'm going to do it one more time real quick, and I'm going to do it for them this time. So on the AF, we have Doomer Patriot as a captain. We have Know Nothing Attorney making his debut appearance here in the DMZ. And we have Let's Chief, the GOAT. Meanwhile, on the negative, we have... Nope. Why do I keep doing that? Damn it. God, I got to get good at this. Vigilante over here on the negative captain. His next in charge is, of course, Lethe Water Kai. And swabbing the decks for us is the ultimate troll, Game Boy 64. Now, you all know how this works. You all know the format. I assume nobody has any questions. If you do, DM me. And Doomer, who is going to be your opening debater?
No, nothing.
Know Nothing is going to be our first opening. Very, very cool. Then in that case, we're going to go ahead and kick this over to, that would be AF2. Boom. Know Nothing Attorney, sir. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock. I assume you can see the clock. Just so you know, again, because this is your first time here, I'm not super hard about the timeout. You'll see me raise my finger once the clock is gone past. You'll see me give you this once it's been an additional 30 seconds. And then after that, I'm going to start doing this at you just to shame you. But I'm going to let you finish your thought here because that's really what we're here for. All right. So the clock's going to start when you start to talk. Tell us what's on your mind. Know Nothing.
Okay, at first, I just want to ask everybody, remember, I may be an attorney, but I'm not a litigator, so I don't do a lot of this. But in the spirit of the DMZ, I will take up the position of meeting in the middle. Taking up the position that political compromise benefits society. And for us to even get a footing, we need to talk about what it is we are discussing. We need to know our definitions. So I imagine that the negative will take the position that benefit means maximum gains with minimum minimum time taken to do it at no matter what the cost would be for that. I just want to make it clear that that is just an incomplete picture of what societal benefit would be. Benefit, yes, I think we can agree would be maximized freedoms, And I think we can hopefully get to a place where we would agree that it's not just maximized freedoms, but in a structure that would pass a veil veil of ignorance test, where you would choose that society not knowing where you would stand in it. But as philosophers like Rawls, Sin, and Habermas would say, benefit also requires some necessary conditions for it to be sustainable. Otherwise, it isn't a benefit at all. Among those conditions would be stability and legitimacy. Without stability, then you just have a delayed conflict, and without legitimacy, then you just have resented oppression. Without these things, then any benefit you're gaining for society is just eternal strife with a bow on it. Without political compromise, we tend to see the same thing happen over and over again, and numerous studies have actually shown the process that this goes through. First, we're all kind of on equal footing at the lowest level, where material conditions affect our day-to-day lives. I mean, that'd be everybody. But when material conditions worsen to affect the most vulnerable among us, that's where the political divide comes in, and we look to our leaders. And oftentimes, leaders are political individuals who are going to just demonize the other side, take advantage of the uneducated, take advantage of the needy, and if the people, the most vulnerable, look to their leaders, and then they look to the other side to see if there's a negotiator at the table and there's nobody there, they have nobody to listen to but their political leaders. And that's when cross-class coalition disruption comes in. You have bad actors who come in to further divide the two sides. And that's where you get a retreat to echo chambers, where the individuals will shore up their defenses for their newly gained individual and group identities without the coalition being present. And from the retreat to the echo chambers, eventually what you get is you push it farther and farther apart with no compromise in the middle. You get a fracture of the horseradish. It looks like the timer reset.
Yep.
You get
I'm holding my finger up for you.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. You get a fracture of the Overton window such that there are multiple overlapping Overton windows with no actual like consensus on what reasonable positions are. And if you push it far enough, there is no overlap at all. You get two completely separate Overton windows far apart from each other. At which point you get tribal calcification. You split into two sides. The two sides no longer look to the other side for compromise or debate. They look to their leaders for what to believe in without questioning it. There is no more political discourse. And from there, you get from tribal calcification to political sectarianism. And that sets the stage for political violence and authoritarianism. So I would just like to ask the other side, when they're doing their position, to make sure that it would look good when both sides were holding the same position. Thank you.
Good stuff. Yeah, so again, the clock counts down. So when it hits 0, that means that technically the 3 minutes is over. But like I said, I'm not going to jump in and interrupt you. I'm going to let you finish your thought. Usually when we have judges, the judges will kind of score down if you kind of go too far over or whatever. But again, like I said, the whole point here is to get our thoughts out. So that's it.
Okay.
Vigi. Yep. It's 3-minute clock. It's all good. Vigilante, who's going to be cross-examining? No, nothing.
That would be me.
That is going to be Vigi. All right, so that's A2 versus N1. All right, A2 versus
sunk
N1.
my battleship.
So, like I said, man, I'm so excited that I got this shit worked out. I just have to do the math. I should be doing it quietly, but this way you guys still get to do the things on the fly. So 3 minutes is now going to be on the clock. No, nothing. Just so you know, this is Vigilante's opportunity to kind of cross-examine you, looking for it's how he uses this time is ultimately up to him. But generally people use this time to poke holes in your arguments or to set up their own arguments for their impending opening. So 3 minutes is on the clock, Vigilante. I will start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
Yeah, so generally speaking, when is compromise useful?
When is compromise useful? I think compromise would be useful for any drive toward shifting the Overton window. I think if you want to move the Overton window to the left, then you need to compromise with the other side on issues that you are willing to compromise on. I would think that there needs to be principled political compromise. There are things you can't budge on, but you should be seeking those things that you can budge on to keep shifting the Overton window to demonstrate the validity of your political positions.
Yeah, so why is it useful to compromise with people whose views fundamentally oppose your own?
I would say that I don't believe that there's such a thing as a overwhelming 100% mismatch of beliefs. I think that there are subordinate goals that we can all agree on. We all want to be financially fruitful. We all want educate like a bit like an actual good education for our kids, for ourselves. We want to have more opportunities for ourselves and our kids. Nobody disagrees on those things. So there are things that we can find positions to agree on.
Okay, so you would say that every ideology does have a shared goal.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think there are some things that we can't compromise on. As a lefty myself, I would say like people's rights based on their immutable characteristics should never be something you budge on. But there are things that we can find.
So yeah, you would say that the shared goal would just basically be to make the world a better place, right?
I would say to maximize freedoms, and that would be how I would measure that. I would think that would make the world a better place. Yeah.
Okay, so if the shared goal is just to make the world a better place, how should we compromise with fascists? Because in their eyes, they are trying to make the world a better place. Better place.
Yeah, I've actually talked to multiple fascists on my stream, and if you can get them on the values that they perceive themselves as having, you can actually find some common ground. They can actually be, as much as they are very wrong on many issues, they can be reasonable people in discourse on some topics. But like, for instance, you can find anybody on either side who wants to change how the current governmental system is set up. Like, we want more transparency with our lawmakers. We want like term limits. Like, these are things that we can all find common ground on, even if they are fascists.
Fair enough. We only have 10 seconds left, so.
All right. Then in that case, we'll go back. And now we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. And this time it's going to go to you, Vigilante. Give us your opening, sir.
Yeah, so the idea that political compromise is beneficial for society comes from the flawed understanding of two primary things. When is compromise useful, and when is compromise reasonable? Compromise is useful when a group has a shared goal, and in order to have a beneficial compromise, you have to have a reasonable middle ground where the balance of power does not shift too far in one direction or the other. The fact is, political compromise cannot meet the threshold in most cases. A great example of this is the Affordable Care Act. The ACA was an attempt to get the Republicans to agree on a slightly more cost-effective healthcare system that has only strengthened the power of healthcare companies, which should come as no surprise since it was a policy created by the Heritage Foundation. What should also come as no surprise is that despite it being a Republican policy, no Republicans voted for it. So because of the Dems seeking compromise instead of actually pushing their actual policy, we got cucked out of having a public option system. The balance of power shifted right in spite of having a progressive supermajority. This and many other policies prove a simple point. The Dems and GOP do not have a shared goal. The goal of the Dems is to improve the lives of Americans, while the goal of the GOP is to improve the lives of the technocratic elites. Let's go through some of the modern policies that don't meet this threshold. There isn't a reasonable compromise between banning and criminalizing abortion so that people that get them or people that do the procedure can be imprisoned, or the alternative, keeping abortion legal so that women can have proper health care and kids aren't born into shitty situations. There's no shared goal between these two sides. Environmental protections and climate change policy. There's no reasonable compromise because one side wants to let corporations do whatever the fuck they want, and the other side wants to actually protect the environment. Trans rights. One side wants to ban trans people from even existing in public through things like the ban here in Ohio on wearing clothes other than the gender that you're assigned, or remove the ability to vote by banning you from voting if your name doesn't match your ID, like the SAVE Act. Both of these things also affect women. Because one of the things that with the Ohio thing, if you aren't wearing clothes that match your biological sex, it's a first-degree misdemeanor or a fourth-degree misdemeanor. When we talk about how society views women's clothes, that's what, skirts and dresses? So women always have to wear skirts and dresses? And this isn't even going into all the historical compromises that led to a large number of deaths, like Hitler being appointed chancellor, the Black Army working with the Bolsheviks, or the Arusha Accords leading into the Rwanda genocide. Being well-intentioned and trying to compromise with your enemies very often will lead to disasters.
All right. And we landed that one right on the nose. All right, Vigilante. So now, Doomer, who's going to cross-examine Vigi?
Going with Chief.
Chief. All right, everybody, give me just one split second. That's going to be what? A3 and yeah, all right. So, boom. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Let's Chief. Use it as you see fit, sir.
How's it going, Vigi?
How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, pretty good. So, you mentioned trans rights and shared goals. So the right not being interested in trans rights would make that not the best example of a ground to compromise on based on your own definition, right?
The whole point of bringing that and the other points up was bringing up points that are actively mainstream policies of the right that demonstrate the fact that we don't have shared goals.
How would we have achieved a single payer or universal option outside of ACA and the political environment that existed at the time?
Yeah, so at the time, the Democrats had a supermajority in both the Senate and the House, meaning they had a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate, meaning they had 60 votes, which is exactly what the ACA got. Granted, there were a few blue dog Democrats in there, like Joe Manchin, that we would have had to strong arm into actually voting for it. But with the filibuster-proof majority, that we very easily could have passed the public option system that was Obama and the Democratic Party at the time's actual policy.
Shit, my history on this is flawed. Was that the vote where where McCain had voted and everyone gasped?
I don't.
Because there was you're talking about the blue dog. I thought that was the incident. Maybe Chad could remind us. But I thought that was the moment because obviously you said some Dems jumped ship. I thought that was the one that.
No, no, it wouldn't have been that one because with the ACA, every single Dem voted for the ACA, and then 0 Republicans voted.
Oh, it was in 2017. It was against from having the ACA from being dismantled. That's what it was. So essentially, like, you know, the ACA. I think the strength from the ACA was taken out from. You know, the legislation was formed in a way that, unfortunately, the ACA had made it illegal for certain low quality health insurance plans to be sold, and you know the Republicans kind of worked and like stripped that away. But I don't think that because we were like desperately in a fight back and forth to keep the ACA, that means somehow if we didn't get ACA, we could have like through Dem magic created universal health care.
Yeah, right. I don't feel like there was there a question there, Chief? I'll let Vigi answer if you can.
It was a statement, but you could answer if you'd like to.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing about that, it's now we're kind of getting into the territory of alternate history, but the thing is, with the ACA, one of the big reasons why a lot of Americans don't really feel that the Democratic Party has their best interest at heart would be because of the fact that we historically haven't really pushed for a universal healthcare system outside of a select few Democrats, even at the point when we had the supermajority. That's also why a lot of leftists fucking hate the Democratic Party and refuse to vote for them now, is because of that specific time period, because we could have had a because we had the Democratic supermajority, we could have had a public option and should have had a public option.
All right, good stuff. Now we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for you. Nope, sorry. We're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for you, Chief. Let's see, one more over here. That's you right there. God bless America. We'll get there. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, sir. It's your turn to open.
Alrighty. So just again, to compromise is essentially you're settling a political dispute through mutual concession, meaning that both sides might have to give up a piece of what they would like in order to just get something done. Most people who aren't ideologues, who can see at least a couple of years into the future and know how our system works, recognize the importance of creating lasting legislation instead of governing through executive orders, which can be tossed out just as soon as the other side takes power. If they don't want to see that power transferred, well, they're just not interested in maintaining the experiment. That's a whole other discussion. What people on the negative side, at least from Vigi's perspective that I heard so far, it sounds like what people on that side want is not compromise, but catering. Catering from any side to their own. Compromise doesn't demand moral perfection. Not every compromise is going to reach the, the people who need it the most. There's going to be, actions that we need to take that compromise won't get us to. Okay, that's fine. But the prompt is simply that political compromise is beneficial for society. So we have to ask ourselves things like, even though it wasn't perfect, the founding fathers, for example, had to compromise just for survival of our system. It didn't produce perfection, nor was that the point, but it did produce the ability to govern, which is pretty damn important. They compromised power of large versus small states and federal versus state power. There was still a disagreement when the papers were signed, but damn it, they needed to get that done. MLK and LBJ even coordinated. So there was not just across different party and ideology compromise happening with the founding fathers, but from the movement to politicians is really important. So whether we're talking about like the Disability Rights Act or the Civil Rights Act, MLK and LBJ were working together. They were having private meetings and phone calls and directly working on these things. Missouri Compromise delayed the Civil War. Obviously not morally perfect, but they were trying to prevent conflict. And then again, the Social Security amendments of 1983, where was across party lines with Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan. We got some more tax increases, but we got more benefits, and Social Security was prevented from becoming insolvent because of this. So every time you hear someone on the right tell you that we're running out of money, it literally cannot happen. But yeah, we'll discuss all those things here.
All right, very cool. Vigilante, who's going to cross-examine Chief?
Lethe.
Lethe. All right. Give me 1 second here. That would be, let's see, A3 and 2. Boom. All right, 3 minutes is on the clock. And when you're ready to go, sir, go ahead and start firing.
So, you brought up the Missouri Compromise to prevent conflict. Was that the best course of action, in your opinion?
Best, no, but compromise by definition is not the best course of action, right? Like there's two sides that feel there's a best course of action, and compromise is for either of them to sacrifice the ideal to get something done, right?
So would you take
Right.
Lincoln's stance on?
Well, do you agree with that characterization of just what compromise is?
No, absolutely not. Not in this case, at least.
Okay, can you define your definition of compromise if we can't even agree on the definition?
So to compromise on what is best for the society at large, I would say this would not be anywhere close to that. And I would think that would be what you should be compromising on, is what's best for the society or for the country that you're trying to build.
So you have an alternative history of the Missouri Compromise that would have, maintain essentially the balance of power between obviously the slave and free states at the time in order to, expand our growing union.
So in this
It seems
case,
like a lot of these points are just kind of like alternative histories, but if you're like specifically the Missouri Compromise is bad because of this, and this action, which was on the table, would have been much better and wasn't done for reasons Y and Z, then that makes sense to me. But if you're just like, hey, the Missouri Compromise wasn't ideal, that's baked into what compromise is in the definition, at least me and Hammer have been using so far.
well, in this case, this is something I don't think should have been necessarily compromised on. And the compromise that was set was more deleterious to society and the nation. Would you not agree?
So it was a temporary truce essentially, and it essentially delayed war for like 3 decades, is my understanding.
And so when you look to what Lincoln said during the whole process of the Civil War, do you remember what his views were on the Civil War?
You could just say what Lincoln said.
So basically he was
We're not doing
saying
circa time.
we could have just never released any slaves and I would want to keep the Union together. But because of this compromise and everything that came afterward, it was impossible to do that.
Can you restate that again?
So he basically said that if he could keep the Union together without having to free the slaves, he would have done so. And that compromise, looking backward, pretty much set a powder keg on the Union itself.
Yeah, I'm not here to defend the like perfect nature of Lincoln as like the ideal like freedom fighter. Just that the states made a compromise and it prevented war for 3 decades because of it. Not that the ideal solution was achieved through compromise, because definitionally, that's not what compromise is.
All right. So we're going to go back to it's now your turn, Lethe. And whenever you are ready, sir, I will start the clock when you go.
Okay, so going directly into the Missouri Compromise, well, getting specifically into the Three-Fifths Compromise, allowing for the slave states to have more voting power than they should have had, extended slavery and extended the contention between the southern states and the northern states far longer than it ever should have, adding to the greatest conflict I would say we've had on our own soil to date. This almost ripped apart the Union, ended the experiment. So to make that compromise was something that was actually going to destroy our society as we knew it. And I mean, that's what history bears out in the end. So when you look back at multiple compromises that have happened, let's look toward the compromises that happened in Germany going up toward the 1930s. Like, I don't think everybody wanted what happened there. And what ended up going down was against most of the wishes of the people that would have kept Germany the way it was. So to compromise with something that is going to literally rip your country apart is probably one of the worst things you can do. So you can't say it's beneficial to society. There's multiple societies throughout history and throughout the planet that have been literally destroyed by making certain compromises when they are against the nature of the state or the society itself. And these are the instances you can look toward. So when you look at here in America, what happened with the Three-Fifths Compromise, extending slavery and extending the power of the South to start to get closer to the British, because that's where they were getting their money from. Essentially, they were selling the country to Britain. So they were working toward their best interest, not the country's best interest. Is that something you should be compromising with? I would say no. I wouldn't think working against the best interest of the country you live in and the country you want to build up is going to be something that should be compromised on. And so that's kind of like, I would say, for the same reason Vigi was talking about with the ACA, to compromise with the health of the country itself and the people that live in it is not a compromise you want to make. You would think that, as Know Nothing Attorney said, that you'd be making compromises to make life better for people and they have mutual benefit in this. And that's something that, oh, well, we can both say we want this. But in this case, they definitely were happy to see people be sick and not have health care than to allow for health care. So when we see outcomes, knowing full well that they don't have everybody's best interest at heart and we don't have mutual benefits involved, how is there going to be a compromise and how is that good for society? And with that, I'll end my time.
Good stuff. Doomer, I guess it's gonna be you, right? So let's see. A1 and 2. You're gonna be interrogating Lethe, sir. 10 minutes is on the clock whenever you're ready, sir.
Yeah, I think pretty much a bulk of what you were saying kind of boiled down to like through compromise previously, like representation for people kind of got erased, and that's a really bad thing, right?
No, that's not necessarily what I'm saying.
Part of what you were saying was something to do with slave states had more voting power, like their representation was overblown in like the electorate, and that kind of like threw representation off between people, and that was a negative outcome, right?
That is definitely a negative outcome that came from it, but that's not the primary problem. The primary problem is that they were beholden to Britain because that's where they got their money from. So they were essentially selling the United States to Britain in their best interest and gaining the voting power of the slaves to do so.
Okay, well, just on like a core principle, would you say like more equalized representation between citizens is a good thing then?
In this instance, yes, but at least it would have been natural versus the unnatural way it was happening at the time.
Okay, and then follow up. If you hold political power in the system, should you refuse to compromise whatsoever with like a ideological opponent, like no matter what kind of you're compromising on? I'd probably say like not every issue is like a morality like analog of like good versus evil or something like that. Like there's a lot of like spending bills, just things that deal with resources on a federal level. Do you think just because you're ideologically opposed to someone, you should just gridlock legislation like altogether?
No, not at all.
So for certain things like spending and stuff, like actually working together and having that negotiation, making that compromise beneficial overall?
I would say as long as it doesn't go against the core tenets of the society that you're living in or is something that is going to destroy the country that you're in itself, you can make some concessions. But all the same, if it's something that you know goes against the core values of the country and is going to be problematic in the future, it's probably best not to compromise on that.
Okay, yeah, I think we can actually agree on that wholly pretty much. Would you say the bulk of like government work doesn't pertain to that specific issue though? Like the bulk of work is just like the machinations of government, like spending, resource allocation, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's basic logistics and like how a country runs. There's nothing wrong with making slight compromises on that.
Okay, I think I can leave it at that then.
Sounds good.
All right. That now means that we are going back to you there, Doomer. So whenever you are ready, sir, clock will start with you.
Yeah, I probably won't take the full 3 minutes and just kind of try and get into some cross from Game Boy to further the discussion. Mainly just going to get into the sole reason I kind of hold the affirmative and kind of move from there. I firmly believe in liberal values, and I think a core value to that kind of stuff is that society is better off the more that people are represented. The problem is that in a diverse society, people don't really agree on what those decisions should be. So the question becomes, how do you actually achieve broad representation in practice? And I believe that answer is political compromise. Compromise allows different groups with different priorities to shape outcomes together. It ensures that government just doesn't reflect one side fully winning, but it instead reflects a negotiated outcome that more people can live with. Without compromise, representation can kind of break down into like winner take all politics. That's where you see like institutional control being used to block legislation, reshape outcomes in extreme ways. Stuff like McConnell's like shaping Supreme Court picks, just like log jamming legislation just because he doesn't want a certain political ideology to gain kind of power. So my position is pretty simple. Political compromise is beneficial because it turns representation from an idea into a functional reality for our liberal democracy.
Right. Game Boy. Now going to be your turn to cross-examine. Let's see. That is N3 and A1. Boom. All right. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. Go ahead and start when you're ready. If you're talking, you're muted, Game Boy. Game Boy? Can anybody else hear him?
I cannot hear him,
Nope.
but I can channel his spirit.
He does seem to be still muted, though. Hey, he's not muted anymore. Welcome back, Game Boy. 3 minutes is on the clock for cross-examination. Start when you're ready, sir. Lord of mercy. Apparently he is having technical issues, so we are going to sit here in a holding pattern. And I'm not going to pretend like it's not, it doesn't seem like he's just afraid of Doomer. So we'll go ahead and kick
You're
it
letting
back
me
to
catch
that.
my breath. It's a mistake.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Now, for what it's worth, real quick, this does give me a chance, know nothing. So, whenever you listen to Game Boy's opening, remember to be paying attention because you are going to be, it wraps around, you're going to cross examine Game Boy when it's done. Cool. Just making sure you understood. All right. Are you back yet, Game Boy?
Tall and tan and young and lovely. The girl from me.
I was about to say, do I play a song from the person he has as his picture?
Probably not.
You could. I wouldn't run some little
right.
bit.
We are experiencing minor technical difficulties, everybody. I appreciate your patience. I will also take this opportunity to remind everybody that once our openings and cross are going to be done, we're going to go to our champion phase where the two debaters who have not, each set of two debaters who have not faced each other yet, are going to have 5 minutes together in a room alone. No, that's a different game. Just remember to send in some questions. I'm going to say there is the thing that keeps rolling up that you can click and donate, but between you guys and me, if
Figured
you
it
just
out.
put a question in here.
Right.
I
Well,
think I hear
again,
him.
I will just prioritize the ones who donate since we're still getting all that started. So, welcome back, Game Boy. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir, for your cross examination of Doomer. Start when you're ready, sir.
If it's a political compromise, what position of power are the people in?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Can we restart the clock?
Uh-huh. I wasn't sure if your mic broke up for me at the end or not.
Kind of did for me as well.
Game Boy, you're muted again.
I feel like Game Boy has had a date at Applebee's right now.
That was his whole cross, chat says.
It sounded like he asked who has the power. Do the people have power in that or is that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I started the clock over again. We'll let him get himself sorted out. It's okay. Again, we'll cut all this shit out in post. So
no one will know.
Unfortunately, we do not get to skip, Donnie. We do not get to skip.
Someone about the beatbox.
Oh, that's what it sounded like. I was going to say I will take musical accompaniment. That is not a problem for me.
I tried Girl from Ipanema, but I'm not confident.
When No Nothing Attorney was doing his opening. Know Nothing Attorney's opening had me thinking of DMX lyrics.
Which part?
Y'all been eating
I'm gonna
long
be
enough
completely
now. Stop
honest.
being greedy. Keep it real, partner. Give
I-
to the
All
needy.
right.
Too
This is-
greedy.
This is where Game Boy's
Figured
gonna
it
tell us he
out
didn't listen.
finally.
All
He's
right,
back.
we're starting the
I did
clock
not
over.
hear Doomer at all.
Nope, that's fine. But you got it now. You figured it out. Everything's sorted.
Yeah.
Doomer, can you hear? Can you
It
hear?
was an internet issue.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, cool. Now we're gonna try this over again. 3 minutes is on the clock. Start your question over, Game Boy, whenever you're ready.
What position of power are the people in when you have political comp?
So, like, what power are the people in political compromise?
Yes.
The power for the people would be like what they're for us that are like elected representatives and how they cast their votes. So
For
that would
us.
be them at like the negotiating tables, working on whatnot.
What power do me and you have if there's political compromise happening in the government?
With a vote on the next election, or like being outspoken support for or against our candidates, our own voice, I guess, to a certain extent.
Okay, how are liberal ideas progressed through political compromise with your opposition?
I would say that just the process of political compromise is a liberal ideal in my eyes. Having more people represented through the process is part of the tenet to me.
Okay, so if you have a government that does not represent the people's values, how does them compromising with their opposition further progress what the people's actually believe? Say it's
Well,
not a
in the
democracy or
end,
anything like that.
if everyone's just a bad actor, like you don't, that's on you for electing a bad actor, I guess. Just
Well, say
just
you
being
have a
bad.
bureaucracy, for example, which you don't vote in the population. How is political compromise beneficial for that population?
So, because you're faced in a bureaucracy without what?
Without without representation through a democratic process, how does political compromise benefit that system or society?
I don't think I'm following your question. Could you like give an example of like what it would look like real day, like what you
A
mean?
bureaucracy, like it literally any case, like say you're in the Department of Education and you don't elect certain representatives. Okay, well, how does them compromising with other people with opposing views, how does that benefit the society?
Maybe I'm just not following your question. You're acting like how a person within the Department of Education can compromise with someone and how that
There's
benefits.
opposing views within a bureaucracy in which there is no representation through a democratic process. How does them compromising with their opposition and their opposing values, how does that benefit the society in which they govern over? Take Department of Education out of it, just any bureaucracy.
Well, I'd need like an actual example of like what you mean in our society. Like if you're talking about the Department of Education, the
The
people still
prompt
hold
doesn't
the
say our
power, and
society.
who actually appoints those people to those positions. Those are done. It's done through a system of governance, and like there is a civic process you can actually go look at and follow to see how those positions are appointed and whatnot. So there is still political power, whatnot, and voting for us there. There's, I guess I'm just not following your question as much.
It's all right. Time's up, anyways. So I feel like you answered it. So we're gonna go over and go over to you now, Game Boy. 3 minutes is on the clock for your opening, sir. Start it when you're ready.
Well, the prompt says political compromise is beneficial for society. It does not say political compromise is beneficial for our society. So if you are given the case where, of course, you have like the Overton window has been brought up, or well, let's look how it benefits our political system and our society right now. I don't see how that at all answers the prompt. It just says, well, political compromise is beneficial for America. So to devoid any, say, republic system, and you go into China, where the people are represented less and less. There's opposition within a party. I'm not going to get into the specifics because I don't want to gouge about that specifically. But if there's opposition within the party and the people have no say over which way that party leans, how is it beneficial for them to have unity among thought within that party and bureaucracy outside of, okay, well, we're unified? That's kind of what I want to get at more than just, well, the people and who they represent, them being unified, them compromising. This is beneficial. You're looking at it from a very American point of view and not answering what the prompt says. Why is that beneficial, particularly for any society? I think it is fair to say, okay, well, let's look at America. Let's see how political compromise has impacted us as a nation. But as examples, that's what my partners have been doing. They're saying, well, look at how we've compromised in the past. Look at these potential compromises we could make. These are not beneficial. Okay, well, you can easily bring up, okay, well, look at these compromises. Look how this is beneficial. Look how they positively affect this nation. But that does not answer the prompt wholesome. You need to further build points on why unity among opposing parties actually benefits any nation or society rather than just, well, look at how it benefits our representative government. Does that actually answer the parts of our government that don't have representation? Does that actually answer the parts where, okay, what about federalism? Not every place has federalism. Not every place has a democracy. You need to answer how that actually benefits any society in most cases. Look at it as a generalized prompt rather than how it actually impacts America and the United States. I can see the rest of my.
Good stuff. So now we're going to kick this over to, that'd be A2 in 3. Boom. So,
Prove
a turn.
myself after the internet.
No, nothing. 3 minutes is on the clock for you to cross-examine the Game Boy. Time is really yours to use as you see fit. Poke holes, set up arguments, do as you like. I'll start when you start.
All right, Game Boy. What is the end state in your framework if political compromise is removed entirely? What does that end state look like?
Who said we'd remove political compromise?
Why would you have it?
Well, just because political compromise can have a negative effect on society doesn't mean that it's just absolutely absent from any society. Like, I forgot who said it. It could have been you. But, like, we have a lot in common when it comes to our values that may be a subconscious compromise, but it isn't us compromising our values. So, I mean, like, it's not like there's no unity in a government where we can't compromise our values, you know?
But political compromise is a net negative?
I would say in cases where, like, I think you brought the ideals of if I have this very, like, communist worldview where I think capitalism is inherently evil and I think that we need to liberate the workers, and you're uh, anarcho-capitalist, I don't think we should meet in the middle. I don't think that makes any sense. But say you're an anarcho-capitalist and I'm a general anarchist. I have no economic worldview. We can still unify on, hey, we don't like Joe Biden, we don't like Donald Trump, and we would still be unified on a ground-based worldview. Again, using America as an example because that's what we know the best. Our two political parties do that all the time because I don't know that many communists or anarchists in the Democratic Party, and I don't think they're going to
So,
argue too
Game
much
Boy,
when it Donald Trump.
do I
You know?
understand that what you're proposing is a mix of holding steadfast on specific values, but political compromise on others?
Not political compromise, but we can still unify under shared values, like you.
So there is no political compromise in your end state?
Again, like, I'm trying not to use that word because compromise would mean compromising your ideals. Like, if you have a definition of compromise in which that includes unity over shared ideals, you can get into that. But I think you would be pushing what it would mean, you know?
Can you compromise on your ideals for the long-term attainment of your ideals without abandoning those ideals?
The fuck? Then you're not abandoning your ideals. You just
Yeah, I
gotta do
agree.
the plan. Like that you're taking it from let's do it today to let's do it tomorrow. Like that's not compromising your ideals.
All right. That's actually the end of that. So we got through the opens and we got through the crosses, and it just so happens that the people who haven't faced each other yet are sitting up above each other, and so that's kind of cool, or below each other, as the case may be. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock. We're going to have open conversation. This is just free debate between the two people. This is going to first go to the Doomer Patriot and Vigilante. The two captains are going to start this party off. After that, Know Nothing Attorney and Leith, you're going to face off. And then bringing it home, Let's Chief is going to go against Game Boy. Then we're going to go to our closing arguments, and then we will go to that Q&A section. So 5 minutes is going to be on the clock now. The two captains, if you gentlemen are ready, then boom. Go ahead and get started, gentlemen.
Yeah, so I'll ask you one of the same questions I used in my cross-ex. Why is it useful to compromise with those who are fundamentally opposed to your beliefs?
It's not always useful. I'd say one of the things I would say about compromise is sometimes you compromise by not compromising, even. Yeah, I think we've even said on our side, between me, Know Nothing, I think echoed it. I think I agreed with Lethe on it. Sometimes if it's against kind of like your core principles, that's not something that you would want to budge on or compromise. But that's also a very small percentage of work that's done in the government. The bulk of other things still need to get done. People need to negotiate on federal resources, and if you logjam all that, it's a net negative rather than a positive to society.
Yeah, so what is the shared goal between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party?
On like the most broad basis is just moving the country forward.
How is the Republican goal to move the country forward when a lot of their current policies is to move the country backwards and strip away people's rights and
Well, not every
yeah.
bill is about that. I mean, take the OMBB or whatever you want to call it, the one big beautiful bill. Not everyone agrees on that, but at the end of the day, people ended up negotiating on it, and we got actual some kind of concessions. People's subsidies got extended. Is that a net negative or net positive that people got subsidies extended, but the OMBB got passed?
What subsidies got extended with the one big beautiful bill? I've done a lot of research into the big beautiful bill, and it's because I had a debate on it. Fucking what is still
It might have
debated.
been part of the shutdowns, but the subsidies got extended for ACA for some, I think all states actually.
Okay, yeah, you're thinking of the shutdown. That was, yeah, I mean that was to an extent a compromise. But that happened after they gutted the majority of the ACA subsidies in the one big beautiful bill. You know what else they did in the one big beautiful bill? They got rid of almost every single environmental protection that was established under the Biden administration.
Would it have been better if they compromised with the Democrats on that bill to include better things? Or should they have just wielded their power against them and passed it anyways?
I don't think there would have been any viable compromise because, like I said in my opening,
would it have been better? I'm not saying would there. I'm saying would it have been better if there was?
Not necessarily, no. I don't.
So it's better that as it passed as it is than if they would have compromised with Democrats on it? You would rather how it passed?
To an extent, yeah. I actually do think we are better off now that it has passed, not because I like what's in the bill, but because a lot of Americans actually get to see the effects of what the Republican Party actually wants to do for them.
So if they did compromise and we got actual like meaningful change, you would be against that rather than just harm to the American people because you want them to see the mistake of their ways or whatnot.
I don't think there's any compromise that could have been made that would have
I'm
actually.
not asking that. I'm saying
uh,
if they made it better through compromise, you would rather them pass it with the harm done to the American people than to have any meaningful compromise.
What are some ways that they could have compromised in order to make it better?
If they just folded completely to the Dems, all the demands, I'm not sure what they were, but I'm saying if they compromised and folded to that would have been better or worse.
I mean, the Dems did compromise in order to get it passed because the Republicans don't have a filibuster-proof majority. They had to do some level of compromise in order to get it passed, and it passed the way that it is, where it removed all of those environmental protections. It gutted the ACA.
But you're saying there was no
also
compromise.
gutted
I'm
food
saying
stamps.
if they bowed to every compromise that was put forward, you're saying that would still be not as good to you than passing it as it is now without any kind of compromise. You said earlier there was no compromise in that.
There was no compromise on a lot of things within the big beautiful bill, which are a lot of the worst things that happened in the big beautiful bill. There was no compromise, but there was a lot of compromise done because they had to compromise in order to get it passed. And despite the fact that there was not a whole lot of compromise, I would have to look that up. I don't know them off the top of my head.
When was your
I
discussion?
think there was a lot of. It was like back when the bill was actually getting passed. It was a while ago.
Yeah, I'm curious on the concessions. I thought the only thing might have been the ACA subsidies, but even that's kind of a stretch for what did end up getting passed. But I would say
no, it was mostly on like agricultural funding and things like that.
But overall, as a premise, if they bowed down to the compromises put forward and it passed like 70% of the House or whatnot, had even more Democrat support, that would be bad to you than just no compromise whatsoever. You would much rather there be no compromise than compromise, even if it was a benefit.
It would heavily have to depend on what the compromise is, because even like disregarding getting rid of the environmental regulations, some of the worst things that happened in the bill were the gutting of the ACA. Specifically, the way that they gutted the ACA in that bill was to in such a way that it removes funding from hospitals whenever they treat somebody who goes to the ER. So one of the things that the ACA did was what effectively makes it so that way the government funds ERs and stuff whenever somebody who doesn't have insurance goes into the ER, which what that will end up doing long term is completely gut hospitals that are in rural areas. Another thing that they did that was in the Big Beautiful Bill, that is one of the worst things that was done, is they completely gutted and removed almost a large chunk of the funding from food stamps. And that both of those things are something that the Republican Party would not have compromised on, because that has been part of the Republican Party's platform for the past fucking like 2 decades.
Yeah, I can agree with most of everything that you said there, but at the end, I'll just echo and kind of pigtail on it. If they did compromise on those things like food stamps, that would have been a benefit, correct? In that situation, compromise would have been a benefit to society, and they didn't compromise, so it wasn't a benefit.
It would have lessened the harm. It wouldn't have been a benefit. It still would have been a net negative, but it would have lessened the harm.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and jump in. I actually gave y'all a couple extra minutes because y'all were doing great, and fuck, you're the captains. I'm actually wondering, with this new format, do we want to go 10 minutes on the champion rounds? I'm asking you guys now, because we can give you 3 more minutes to keep going with the 2 of y'all. We can move on for 5s. What do you guys think? I'm asking.
feel like we're on the verge
would
of
love
beating a
10.
dead horse.
I'm gonna. Where it was okay. So what did you say? No, nothing.
I said I would love 10.
Yeah.
I felt 5 was great, and Vigi was just reeling and coping, and it would have been better to have pulled the rug right out from under him, and making a choice to decide to extend it to allow him to get his feet back under it is altering the course of the debate fundamentally. So whatever it is, lock it in.
All right. Cheers. So let's go with.
Sorry, Vigi.
Yeah. No, it's
I
okay.
would. My opinion would basically be like if really if there's like more that people, it's like very obvious that there's more to say. The extend.
That's
like,
kind of
by
the
3
thing
to
was
5
I
minutes.
added the 2 minutes there at the end because it felt like you guys were still breaking new ground, but maybe I misheard. So in that case, I'm gonna go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock. I used to be able to add to the cross, so I'm gonna keep that ability. And instead, I will just decide on the fly if I want to add time to it. And sorry, Chief, but sometimes it seems like the conversation is still cooking, so I don't want to interrupt. So we're gonna now kick it over to Lethe and Know Nothing Attorney. I've got 5 minutes base on the clock. Like I said, if y'all are still going at 5 minutes, I'm just gonna add time without even telling y'all. Kick it off, gentlemen. Pick up where they left off.
Hey, gee, how good of a compromise? Like, how many neo-Nazis is enough neo-Nazis? Like, how many is too many in a compromise?
How many neo-Nazis is too much to be involved in the compromise?
To be allowed
Well,
in
I
that
think,
compromise.
Well, I think at that point you have a situation that would be the type of situation that y'all are pulling for, which would be one party that has enough power to just do whatever they want, and they wouldn't be compromising. I don't expect neo-Nazis to compromise when it comes to that much political weight. If you don't mind, I think you understand my perspective. I'm not sure I understand yours. Can I put the same question you put to Game Boy? What would your end state look like without any political compromise?
It would look like what the core values of the country itself or the society would want.
How do you decide that?
You decide that based on what literally the founding of and the hope of the progression of that society would be.
So would that be implemented by force against those that disagree?
No, unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. And there's going to be situations where one side is going to take the country or the society in a different direction than what those values are. And that's what we actually need to fix. And when one particular group wants to do that, compromising with them just keeps putting you back further and further. It's a 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or 3 steps back, 1 step forward kind of situation when you keep making compromises like that.
Right. So they would think that they were taking the country backwards.
In some cases, yes, they know they're taking the country backwards because that's what they want.
Make America great again. I guess so. So it would just be one political perspective at a time, taking control and taking the country in the direction that it wants to go in.
I mean, if we could have 2 parties that are saying, hey, the core values of this country are this, we think this best benefits and we think that best benefits, like for either side, and it's actually a benefit, but we think, one thing should happen now, one thing should happen later, I would think that would be something that could be compromised on. But we're working under an entirely different situation in a lot of countries at this point, where you have fascism coming up, you have totalitarian governments coming up. Whatever is going to lead you in the direction of that should not be compromised with.
Well, the studies seem to show that the most effective way of depolarizing 2 sides is through the finding of superordinate goals between the 2 sides, not through further pushing them apart. But you brought up the 3/5 compromise. Can I ask? I'm going there on my side of things. Do you imagine the Constitution would have been written differently if the then slaves had participated in its drafting?
I would hope so.
Yeah, I would hope so too. Then I would think that the side that's pulling for one side to be able to make its decisions without the input of the other side would support the idea of having everyone involved at the table if they were the ones fighting against the 3/5 compromise.
I don't know that I understand what you're saying.
So things would have been different if the slaves had been at the table allowed to compromise.
Yeah, but that wasn't part of the Three-Fifths Compromise. It wasn't to allow the slaves to
It
be able to
wasn't part of the
vote.
Three-Fifths Compromise, but it should have been.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
So because that's part of the core tenets of America is that all men are created equal, which would allow for the slaves to have some voting power.
But this is coming from the side that is saying that one side should be able to dictate without taking the input from the other.
If one side is trying to make sure that all men are not created equal, yes, I would say that compromising with them would not be in the best interest of that Constitution.
All right.
If that tracks.
Do you think the current state of American politics is sustainable?
As it's going, no, absolutely not.
And how do you propose we fix it?
We fix it by one, removing the cancer that's currently afflicting the country. That would be the first step. And once you remove that cancer, trying to take steps to roll back what the cancer damaged would be the next thing to do.
Do you need buy-in from the other side to roll back?
It would be helpful, but usually it's not going to be the case.
Would it be helpful? Is that a benefit?
I would think it would be helpful, but they're not going to vote in that direction. So you would have to compromise with them and let them keep some of the horrible things that they want, which would be marginalizing people, which would be not holding people accountable to crimes, like releasing the J6ers. Like these are things that that side would want. I don't think you should compromise on that.
Oh, okay. We got more time.
So,
So now I feel like we're just right back to the same issue. Like are we bringing in the other side to help us roll back the damage done or not?
I don't think it's possible. If you could, and if
Then
they
can we
could,
roll it back.
yes.
How
So, like what Vigi was saying about the ACA, the Democrats had a supermajority to get the ACA passed. So this was against the will of the other party. Unfortunately, the party that had the supermajority compromised and screwed the pooch in the process of baking the cake. And this is the cake we ended up with, and nobody's happy with this cake.
Did they compromise or did they fail to negotiate? Which one was the problem?
I would say they compromised, which was also a failure to properly negotiate, which would have been compromising less.
Do you feel like somebody could have properly negotiated that deal?
I mean, it's possible in the realm of possibility, like in the realm of anything imagined. Yes, there is probably somebody that could have negotiated that properly.
So if somebody had negotiated that properly and they had successfully compromised, would they have gotten a benefit?
I would say there would have been no compromise because the compromise was to not have the outcome that everybody wanted, and to not compromise would have gotten everybody the thing that they didn't want anybody to have.
It sounds like we're back to the same failure to negotiate.
Well, the thing
Does
would
sort of
be
sound
nowhere.
that way. I'm gonna go ahead and jump in. That was I added the same 2 minutes to y'all, and you did sort of circle back to the same starting point. So seems like the perfect point to jump in. That said, I am now convinced 5 minutes is just not long enough. But I should probably keep it at 5 minutes just in case two people suck, and I don't want to have to like take time away from them and be like, okay, y'all just stop. But I'm gonna probably add the time unless you guys suck. So just assume that it's probably gonna be there. I'm gonna kick this now over to number 3. Let's Chief, you and Game Boy. I'm putting 5 minutes on the clock for now. Y'all go ahead and get us started, please.
You hear Game Boy, first of all. Well, okay. I see your mic
How are
lighting
you?
up. Are you
Are
here,
you
Game Boy?
kidding?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I hear you. I hear
Okay.
you.
Yep.
Okay.
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 Go ahead.
I know you. I know that you.
quietly, but not that quiet.
Yeah. No. I know that you're not necessarily on the same political side as them, so you're not necessarily.
Oh yeah, this is awkward. as
you know
hell,
what I
just
mean?
messaging people
But
about it.
but that's all right. Like just talking about that. I think like at the time, or maybe now even, like the popularity of like a universal healthcare or like a public option might be like 60%, right? But like basically, it's not like it was never overwhelmingly the case that universal health care was the like the popular option. Like other than like some of the Dems were about it during like the age of Bernie. Progressives were about it, but as far as like a number of representatives that supported like a public option or universal health care, that was probably like less than a dozen, I bet, right?
I don't know numbers, probably.
Yeah. So like what we're hearing from the people before us is that uh they should have not compromised and done a thing that was apparently not that popular, when in reality the actual argument is if you wanted that universal healthcare or public option, that you'd be making an inter-party compromise with the progressives and saying, you know what, this is the time for it. We have like the ball is rolling down the hill. There's not going to be a time like right now. Like the idea doesn't have the energy. Uh, we've never seen it have the energy that it does now. Like, let's push this snowball down the hill and get like a public option like on the books. Like that would have been the compromise to make with the progressives to do the thing that your debate partners are saying we should have just like have ham fisted it basically.
Well, can I ask you this? Do you
You
believe
sure
in universal
can.
health care?
Do I believe in it? Sure. Well, yeah.
And do you think it would be a moral good for society?
It would be good.
Then say you have a very dominant party, may not be the most popular party,
Sure.
but in this hypothetical, they are able to push for universal health care while other parties that are in opposition to them do not get any compromise. They're still headstrong. We don't like universal health care. But this party, Iron Fist, you could say, pushes the right buttons and gets universal health care in. And this helps all these people get health care that couldn't get health care before, helps the poor. And
Yeah, so you're
you're
saying they
saying this is
achieved
a
it
bad thing
without
because there was no.
political. So not all good things are political compromise or achieved through political compromise. It's just saying broadly,
Well, I
net
think that's what
positive
my
political
debate
compromise
partners.
is beneficial for society. So
Well, I think
it'd be fine, but if you look at it through the lens of compromise, how the government actually works, and not through just like I want this thing, give me my toy, give me my universal health care. Instead of just doing that, you're like, oh, actually, fuck, if the Democrats would have compromised and leaned into the beliefs of the progressive caucus there, as small and not like as popular as it was, like people did believe in it, like largely, like I feel like it would have like achieved a positive thing, but we could have achieved the thing that they're telling us did not require political compromise. We could have done that thing through
but you're
political
making bold
compromise, and
accusations.
it would
That
have been
right?
hold on, it would have been more beneficial because it would have been more lasting. Instead of saying this niche small group that wasn't that popular pushed this thing through, we actually cooperated in a way that goes beyond our own ideals to achieve something that we know is good for people. That would be the ultimate like example of compromise.
I think at that rate, though, you are making assumptions about how much that would actually push towards the goal that you're trying
Well,
to
we
say
heard all
would
sorts of
happen.
alternative histories today, so I don't think it's too far like out of line, to
Yeah,
be
but you're
honest.
also saying this to
But we could
me,
take it
and
back
you're
to like
getting the
something that
one
actually
person who
happened.
can
So,
defend that to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to talk to you about this and speak on behalf of what my debate partners are saying. But
well, I'm
I'm
just saying, if you could, as of the third on their debate team, help bring their
no,
argument
but you
home, and it's
also have
okay
interrupted me every
if it's.
time I said something. I think that they're coming from the perspective of if this compromise was to take place, this would not actually benefit the parties that you think it would benefit. You're taking this minority group with this, like you said, fringe idea, and you want them to contribute to a larger party that does not hold this ideal, and you think that that larger party won't just consume that smaller fringe group into their caucus to benefit themselves and themselves only, it seems like you're making an assumption about how much sway the progressives actually could have had
No,
compared
the
to the larger
progressives are
Democratic
used
Party.
by the broad Democrats broadly to achieve their. Of course, there are the different like caucuses
Yeah,
are
and
used in that way.
you agree with that, but yet you're still going on about, well, if we made this compromise, it would have further benefited their goals when that hasn't been the case ever. Look how they continue to screw Bernie, like you said. Like, it doesn't make sense to compromise in that case if you are still putting yourself not against the wave of pointing this view out more and more,
I
but making
agree that
yourself
it.
just seem like another Democrat.
I agree that it doesn't make sense, and that's why it didn't happen. It didn't make sense for the Democrats to cave towards the small fringe party. I'm just saying the same thing could have been achieved through compromise rather than them like stomping their feet. Nobody, but we could go back to like the real life example instead of going through like if there was like an alternative history. Something that I did bring up is that compromise isn't always across party lines. We had talked about just now with the healthcare about ideological compromise within parties, but there's also movement to politicians, which I think kind of maybe touches on your like China talking point. But like if we could go back, like we talked about like, or I mentioned in my opening, MLK and LBJ. So they were having like private meetings and like phone calls to like align their efforts. Like I feel like, oh, what's happening right now? I'm getting a weird pop up. But anyway,
I'm also getting weird looks from Radish. I don't know what's
oh,
happening.
timer.
Because the timer's
Probably.
up. It's all good. I was gonna let Chief finish his thought there. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, all good. I was just saying that with MLK and LBJ, like that was
Shit, I
compromise
wanted to address
between
that too.
movement and politics. I feel like give Game Boy the last word on this then. From movement to politicians, like they were having private meetings and phone calls to like align their efforts. Like a lot of us feel like movements should be representative of the people they represent. Like it shouldn't just be like LBJ and a bunch of Democrat whites making the Civil Rights Act. We should like see how people like are actually like affected and how the activists feel about these things. So MLK and LBJ were having phone calls to align their efforts. Like they even did like a march when the Kennedy, I think, introduced this. The law initially in 1963, but they were like directly communicating and directing action and public pressure to like work on this legislation. I think that's a great example of movement to politician compromise for an idea that wasn't super popular at the time.
And did you have something
And I
to
would,
respond to that? Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I would say that in the case of MLK and LBJ, not all political compromise, like just because it's two different ideological groups, say like a communist and a monarchist, or however far you would put it, if they agree on similar principles or ideas and want to advance that idea through a particular policy, I can find someone who I have strict opposition with in parties or any such way. But if you say, okay, instead of splitting it Democrat and Republican, I split it pro-Israel and pro-Palestine, well, then the parties change drastically. You have Thomas Massey collaborating with all these Democrats, but that's just because you changed what actual group he was a part of. And I think you have a similar connection between MLK and LBJ. If you change them from advocist and a politician and you go from segregationist to non-segregationist, it's no longer compromise. It's just finding a way to be practical about actually putting a policy in hand. What I think we're describing as compromise in this sense is compromising on your ideals and principles to get just any sort of motion within power or a power structure, which I think is a totally different interpretation that I think you have differed with Lethe on. But I'll concede because we're in a.
All right, yeah. We are a little bit past the time, but that's all right. So, okay. We're going to go ahead and move to our closings. After we're done with the closings, we're going to go to the Q&A section. We have already gotten one question. This is real quick, just so everybody knows out there in the chat. If you guys click that little link, throw us $2, half the proceeds go to the winning team. Throw a question into the mix. I'm going to pose those questions. If it's a question for one specific person, say so. If it's a question for each of them or for all of them, let me know. We're going to get to that as soon as everybody's done with their closings. Know nothing. Since you were the one who started the party, you also are going to be the one to go first on the last, I guess would be the way to say this. So if you are ready, I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock for you now, sir. Your closing thoughts based on what you've heard so far. I'll start when you start.
All right, I think one question makes everything clear here, and that is, what do they think the end state would be without political compromise? And I think that they're standing on moral clarity, but I think that question demonstrates that moral clarity is nice in your head, but it doesn't function out here. Political compromise is entirely indispensable for a free society, and I think each of the interlocutors on the negative side proved that. Game Boy couldn't dispense with political compromise, ended up with a 50-50 idea that he wavered on as to whether we were going to have political compromise and on some things and maybe not on others. Vigi even said to Doomer at one point, it would depend on what the benefit is, as to whether or not the compromise would be beneficial. And Lethe even said compromise would be helpful, but the other side won't do it. And I think that's the thing that rings constantly through this is failures of compromise don't help us. But if we can compromise, it does. So it falls to negotiators who fail that is the problem. I think Lethe even helped me take it a step farther. The only alternative to political compromise is paternalistic oppression. It's one side deciding what's in the other's best interest without their input. And let's not forget that the southern states were making the argument that they knew what was best. If you just ramrod your opinions down to the other side's throat, you are not going to get any kind of lasting benefit. You may have your win for a little while, but a benefit without stability and without legitimacy does not last. I think we got off a little track too, talking strictly about political parties. If we look at the Overton window, everyone is constantly making political compromise in moving their positions back and forth. It is a societal idea of where we're moving our ideas. And we need to compromise so that we can put some ideas into practice so that our political opposition can see that those things in practice work. And as a leftist, I believe these things work. I think data shows it. And so I think we need to ease people into it, because when you ask people if they want universal health care, if you phrase it in the right way, it's always yes, as long as you don't phrase it in a politically obvious way. So all you have to do is inch things bit by bit. And the research shows that, well, first off, we can't sustain the current political environment we're in. Lack of compromise is how we got here, and not putting the blame on the left. The right was staunchly averse to compromise. But the only way to bring it back together is through working together, compromise. Marital counseling has proven to work on depolarizing and finding superordinate goals. Thank you.
All right. He landed it on the button this time, kids. He figured it out. He learned how it works, and he said, you're not going to get me like that again. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and go over to you, Vigilante. 3 minutes is on the clock for you now, sir. Bring it home.
Yeah, so it was mentioned that material conditions are getting worse. I would absolutely agree the material conditions are getting worse. I would heavily disagree on how we got here, though. Compromise is how we got here. The Democrats constantly being willing to compromise with a side that is fundamentally opposed to the beliefs of the Democratic Party, allowing the country to backslide and allowing the country's Overton window to shift is how we got here. Compromise is what put us in the situation that we are currently in. Let's Chief kept talking about how it wasn't politically advantageous for us to push for a public option because it didn't have the majority of support at the time. He's fucking wrong. I actually looked it up while he was saying that. 296 out of 435 members of Congress supported a public option in 2010. And on the opinion of actual Americans, in 2010, Yes, now it's at 60+%. Right back then, it wasn't too far off. It was 80%. Uh, and then, so this is the flaw of the idea that the people's power is in our representatives. The representatives, generally speaking, don't care about what we want. We see this mostly with the Republican Party, but we also see it with the Democratic Party as well, because the Democratic Party's ideals is the compromise for compromise sake bullshit that Doomer put forth. The idea that compromise is always beneficial because it is compromise. It's not always beneficial, especially when the other side has a wildly different goal from what your own is, which is the entire point of what we're having this conversation for, and why the neg is on the side that it is. A great example of this is I'm sorry. It's not beneficial to compromise when we are still sliding backwards. Stop compromising to slide backwards a little bit at a time is still sliding fucking backwards. It does nothing but shift the Overton window. And that's because the idea that the other side cares about things being beneficial if they work doesn't exist. The Republican Party doesn't care. We can tell this by the fact that they have been trying to remove food stamps for the longest fucking time. They've been trying to remove the ACA for the longest fucking time, and they've been trying to remove Social Security for the longest fucking time. Just because sometimes we have the same goal doesn't mean it's beneficial to compromise. I'll see the rest of my time.
All right. Good stuff. Strong words in there, I think. So we're going to go ahead and kick this over now to Let's Chief. Nope. Yeah, hey, we actually got cammed up for this for the closing. All right. 3 minutes is on the clock for your closing, Chief. Go ahead and when you're ready, sir.
All right. I don't have much. Definitely won't use a lot of time here. Vigilante told us from the start that compromise has to be useful and reasonable. But all we've heard from their side today is that having two sides with the most extreme oppositional ideals makes a bad environment from compromise. Fortunately for us, that is not the prompt here today. Going back to the ACA was actually started by Romney on the right. It was called Romney Care. And guess what? The public option was actually floated at the time. Senator Joe Lieberman threatened to filibuster the bill if it included a government-run insurance option. I'll say it again. Joe Lieberman threatened to filibuster the bill if it included a government-run insurance option. So we almost got anything, and as a result of compromise, we ended up with the ACA, and millions of people had coverage that they didn't have before. Again, compromise could be from movement to politicians, as we saw with MLK to LBJ. There could be within party compromise that, could have maybe provided a public option during that trying time in 2010, had it not been threatened to be, filibustered altogether. And there could also be cross-party compromise, which we see all the time in the regular runnings of business with just like budgetary bills that are passed. Biden got a couple like infrastructure bills passed and things like that. There goes my cat's feeder. But basically, ACA was a compromise from the beginning. It was threatened to be filibustered because of the public option. Compromise does have to be useful and reasonable, and that means sometimes on fringe issues where there is no room for compromise, you can't compromise there. But does that mean compromise is not beneficial for society? Sure doesn't. That's my time.
All right. Now we're going over to you, Lethe. Lethe, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. Close it down.
Okay, so compromise has to be useful and reasonable, but the two sides in the extreme make a bad environment for compromise. Uh, you keep bringing up MLK and LBJ. Their opinions or what they wanted was not vastly apart from what the core vision was. So both wanted to get a civil rights bill going based on what Kennedy had wanted beforehand. So the idea that they were making compromises on something that they wanted already versus having a compromise about something one side wants and the other side doesn't want isn't what was going on in this case. So it's kind of a misrepresentation that it's putting up a false dichotomy of what's going on here. So in the instance that both sides want something that is beneficial for the country, which would be civil rights, to compromise on how to get that done is not something that's a net negative. It is beneficial in general on that point. But if you're dealing with a situation where you're compromising to allow a deleterious situation to come upon the state and the populace itself, that's not something that's going to be beneficial. So in this case, compromise is a negative to society. So one party compromising within itself about what the core values of the party wants, I don't see that being an issue, and that's just a common thing. But compromising with the other party when that party wants to literally, like in the case of what happened with the South versus the North, yeah, the South could be saying they want what's in the best interest of the country. And in their case, what's in the best interest of the country is to become is to stay a British colony and stay beholden to Britain. That's not what the core values of America are. That's not something you should compromise on. And we pretty much beat them back into the Stone Age for doing so. They're still suffering today for that. And I think some more extreme things should have happened to them, but I'm not going to get into that here. In the case of the ACA, Romney Care and the Affordable Care Act are not the same thing. It was a vastly popular position for most of the country. So it was one side of the political sphere wanting to go against the will of the people, and the Democrats compromised with what was going against the will of the people. And if the case of like what Circa is saying in chat is that had Romney been elected, they would have been willing to compromise, that's not a freaking compromise. So all the same, if one party is unwilling to compromise for the good of the country, there is no compromise with them. You're not going to get compromise, and any compromise you make is going to be bad for society. So I'm wondering where in history, when you have opposing parties that want to destroy something core and fundamental, was that a good thing? Like, this is how we ended up with the Germany we got. This is how we ended up with the Khmer Rouge. This is how we ended up with all these different horrific factions throughout society. So yeah, it's a net negative. And on that, I'm gonna just go ahead and end my time.
Yeah, I may have fucked up and accidentally forgot to click the start clock. Well, I didn't forget I clicked it, but it didn't click it go.
I didn't
so
know
you
where I
actually
was
went
at
for
on
a
the
little
clock.
longer. So yeah, no, it was perfect. I think you talked for about 45 seconds before I fixed it. So
I self-regulated.
I appreciate that. All right, so now we're going to go to you, Mr. Doomer. 3 minutes is on the clock. I promise I'm going to click the start button this time when you start to talk.
Yeah, I think overall, people can kind of come to the conclusion that my side is kind of about how more of a pluralistic society functions, while their side kind of still disagrees on what society should really even become entirely. A lot of the times, like the ACA and other examples were brought up, like these examples that were passed kind of without compromise, especially bipartisan wise. Lethe kind of brought up in his closing, the Civil Rights Act, and how the amazing clothing, by the way. I love the guns are always threatening on this side of the debate, at least. In his closing, he brought up the Civil Rights Act and how compromise in that wasn't really necessary, I guess, because it was their shared goal overall. I think that kind of negates some of the compromise that was built into the Civil Rights Act, passed bipartisanly. Stuff like the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission was created in that, kind of forcing more mediation between actual litigation on issues. So that there is actual compromise built into the Civil Rights Act that made it be passed bipartisanly. So negating all that kind of stuff, I feel, is kind of not fair to this kind of prompt, especially. I think most of all, we've had disagreements about liberalism itself, kind of. And I think if you believe that the system should be radically changed or dismantled, then your objection really isn't to political compromise. It's more to the idea of a pluralistic democracy in the first place. But we're currently in a liberal democracy system. So unless you're arguing for replacing all of that entirely, the question of how the system functions, especially within our liberal democracy, kind of comes down to compromise is generally beneficial to the outcomes for people within our system.
All right. Sounded like you tied it off there. Looks like last but certainly not least, is your mic working still, Game Boy?
Jesus Christ, never getting over that.
All right. Well, I just want to make sure before I start the clock. 3 minutes on the clock, sir. It's yours to close. Bring it on.
I'm really tired of getting bogged down. Jesus Christ. I mean, we're focusing overly too much on particular policies, or, oh, well, if you have opposition to wanting to, like, look into the prompt as a general idea, you're not really understanding the system that we're in right now. We're a representative democracy. That's besides the point. The only person who I think's been on the dot about this is Know Nothing Attorney, and we're not giving him credit. Yeah, what is the end state without compromise? I mean, he misrepresented my point like really badly, but like that's a good point. The end state without compromise is not let's dismiss every idea that we share in common in order to get our worldview across. I think we should capitalize on what we have in common. That's a good thing. That's what we should be doing. But we shouldn't compromise over the things we think are horrible. That's what our openings were about, guys. If you think it's an absolutely terrible thing to have a war in the Middle East, you know what we shouldn't do? We should say, yeah, I'll have a war in the Middle East, but as long as we have trans rights. This is the important thing here. I think the end result without compromise is a system in which we capitalize not on what makes us similar, but we should capitalize on our differences and have more political diversity so the people are actually represented when voting for people. Do you know how many people I passed up voting for because their voting history had them compromising with the opposition and voting for things that I thought were bad for society just so that they can get small increments to move the Overton window? Absurd amount. Now I haven't been voting for that long, so I'm exaggerating. But still, it's kind of embarrassing. I think that whenever we're talking about a democratic system, we oftentimes are talking about a party system. Why are we doing that? Why can't you just also acknowledge people have shared ideas? Not every compromise is between Democrat and Republican. Some are between groups like pro Israel and pro Palestine, and they're having separate parties. Why are pro Palestine people voting for pro people who support pro Israel lobbies? Well, because they want to get small increments in that Overton window. And that's compromising their values that they think are leading to genocides and stuff. This makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. I can see the rest of my time.
All right. So that is everybody's closings. I forgot to mention this at the beginning, which is okay because I like that it's a little bit of a surprise here at the end. I really enjoyed the 2-minute Steelman, and I think that it demonstrates the importance of what we're trying to do here, in my opinion. So with that, I'm going to ask each of the two captains to choose somebody that they believe can give us 2 minutes steelmanning the other side, giving us the best arguments either they have or that they heard tonight for the other side of the prompt from what they are debating. So that means that Vigilante, I'm going to ask you to give us somebody who can give us 2 minutes of agreement with the prompt. And Doomer, I'm going to ask you to give us somebody who you believe can give us 2 minutes of disagreement with the prompt. I'll let you guys think about that for a split second while I remind chat. As soon as this is over, this is going to be the last part of the judging session. So I'm going to give you guys a link, and it's because it's a shared chat. Everybody should be able to see it. Click that link. It costs you absolutely nothing. I've even got it so you've got VPN privileges if you need that, because nobody wants to catch anything out here on the
Thank
internet.
God. That's been a
Uh,
big thing. Sorry.
I hear you. No, it's okay. So it costs you nothing. Just go ahead and vote. And that's the only deciding factor of which team won the debate tonight. And again, I'm asking you guys to please go based on who you think which team made the best performance, not who you agree with or who you like the most or who you think is the coolest cat at the scratching post. We need to go based on who you think present the best case tonight. So, Doomer, I'm going to go to the AF first. Who do you think can give us a 2-minute steel man of disagreement with the prompt?
I'll go with no nothing. I think he's got the best grasp on what it looks like on both sides here.
All right, so I assume you understand the assignment here. Know nothing. Again, you are just trying to steelman the opposition, demonstrating that you've been paying attention and that you understand both sides of this argument well enough to be able to present what you think their best compelling arguments were. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. Let's see, you are number 2, right? Yeah, you are number 2. Boom. Start it up when you're ready. You are muted, my friend. So you're going to have to start it up when you're actually ready.
There we go. Yeah. All right, I'll do my best, guys. So I absolutely agree with the opposition on many things. Compromise fails us in many situations, in many ways. And Lethe, one of the things I immediately thought of with this debate topic was the 3/5 compromise. There are things we cannot budge on. And that makes the idea of compromise in situations with bad faith actors a complete no go at all. You can't even start with them if one of their main negotiating positions is something that you cannot budge on, like immutable characteristics of people. In those cases, compromise cannot be performed, and they can even hurt society. Yeah. Okay.
If that's
I'll
if that's
just-
all
I'll
you
just
got.
leave it
That's
at
all you
that.
got. That's fine. Not a problem. Again, I understand how difficult what I'm asking everybody to do can be, especially since I'm kind of putting you on the spot on this. But that is kind of why it's a challenge and why I want the audience to get to see this to kind of help to vote. So, Vigi, who do you think on your team can give the best steel man for the opposition, sir? 2 minutes or up to 2 minutes.
Game Boy.
Game Boy. All right. So, Game Boy, sir, I need for you to do 2 minutes or up to 2 minutes explaining the position from the perspective of your opposition here, sir. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Compromise is seen by them as a tool in which they can accomplish their goals, or in order to further unify society politically to represent what the people want. So if you have a compromise and you want to accomplish a certain goal, the steps you may take in a political structure to organize power around you is to make certain sacrifices politically or organize behind those goals. Just like MLK and LBJ, that is a good example of, hey, they may not agree on everything ideologically, but they both want to get across to this political like policy, and so they will sacrifice their differences and say, okay, well, let's not do this because we know that that won't work. Let's do this, and so that we know it will pass in Congress, and we know that we would get further into what we accomplish maybe further on. I believe it was Know Nothing who asked me, um, if I don't do something now, but I'm taking steps to do it later, using compromise, is that a good way to accomplish my goal? And I think that purpose perfectly summarizes at least his portion of what they were arguing about. Is if you use compromise to say bargain with the opposition, you further bring yourself to accomplishing, I think what Chief brought up, universal health care. You perfectly align yourself with that. I would try to go to 2 minutes, but I can't.
No. That was me. You did the job, man. You did the job. All right. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna drop this link here in the chat for everybody. Everybody should be able to see that. I'm going to drop it in a couple of times here while we're doing this. So it looks like we've only gotten one question from the chatters, and it happens to be a question for all of the debaters. So y'all can go ahead and start voting right now. You're gotten at least until we're done with the Q&A session before I look at that. But yeah, if you guys want to throw more questions onto the pile, I will get through all of them. But I'm going to go through with 1 minute on the clock for each of y'all to see if you guys can answer this question. This question comes from Ancom Psycom, and the question is, let's pop that back up so everybody can see it on the screen. I'm going to be asking each of you for a example of a compromise that opposes your position. So it's kind of like the steel manning thing, but a little bit more specific insofar as I'm going to be asking all of the affirmatives to give a compromise that they believe was not beneficial for society. And hopefully we don't get any repeats because that'd be cheap. And then also I would like for the negative to go through and give us at least one example of a compromise that you think did actually benefit society. Understand that this is for the chatters. This is for the audience. This is not necessarily for the debate. So again, the debate is technically finished. This is more just for the conversation and to kick us off into the after party, where for those of you who do not know, once the debate is complete, we're just going to take the timer. Well, the timer is just for until I have to go to bedtime. And we're just going to all sit here and we're going to talk. It's going to be an open conversation. So it's not going to be as timed and structured and all that jazz. But once again, gave everybody a second to think about that. I'm going to go through it this time. I'm just going to go through it in order, just because that's easier. Doomer, 1 minute is on the clock. Can you give me any example of a compromise that you think was not beneficial for society?
I'd probably give the example given in the debate, the 3/5 compromise or whatnot.
Okay, gonna go with the easy one. I had a hunch, but that's okay. Like I said, no duplicates. So I'm gonna look over at you, Vigilante. Same minute on the clock. If you could please, sir, give me an example of a compromise you think was beneficial for society.
I would actually. So I actually did a lot of research into like compromises that were beneficial and weren't beneficial. Like specifically, like looking at ones that like had a high vote count. Going into this, shout out Claude because it compiled fucking all of that information for me. And like gave me, hey, it gave like I'll show my screen later, but it
Keep
literally
going,
gave
I'm
me like
sorry.
all of the vote counts and stuff. But I would actually probably say like out of the ones that it gave me that I like had a high vote count, I would actually probably say the ADA. And giving disability, basically giving disability rights.
Okay, ADA, good answer, good answer. We're gonna kick this over now to you. Preferably stay away from the easy one because we've already done it. Hopefully you can bring us something other than the 3/5 compromise. Can you name another compromise that you think was a negative choice for society, Mr. Attorney?
Mr. Attorney, Esquire.
Esquire.
Yeah. I'll go with the one that has ruined my love of my profession and that of many others. Supreme Court Justice Merrick Garland. That was a failure in compromise. That was Obama not wanting to put up a fight, not wanting to get down in the nitty gritty and make political deals to make something happen, all on the understanding that the Republican Party was not going to be bad faith actors and do the exact same thing that they said they couldn't let Obama do. That failed us all, and it has ruined the legitimacy of law and the court system.
All right, that's a pretty solid answer, actually. All right, Lethe, sir, can you give us an example of a beneficial compromise other than the one Vigi named?
Other than the one Vigi named? A beneficial compromise. I would say.
Not a hard question, Schwinn.
I mean, seriously. Hmm. It's a little tough. I would say the compromise that happened in Constantinople in regards
Okay.
to the Christian religion being utilized and how the people were treated in that country.
Okay. To be clear, the question was not an American centric question. I think that was actually brought up in the debate by, was it you, Game Boy, who mentioned that it doesn't necessarily say American society. So yeah, again, this question goes larger than just American society. So Constantinople is a perfectly acceptable answer to me. Let's, Chief, your turn. Minute on the clock. Give us a compromise you think was negative for the society.
Yeah, compromise of 1850. We admitted California as a free state in exchange for a stronger Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, where the northern states had to help catch runaway slaves. Oops.
Okay, that's a good one. Fair enough. And now, last but not least, Game Boy, an example of a beneficial compromise from you, if you would, sir.
Well, guys, the great compromise, the compromise in which we made the House of Representatives and the Senate, bro. It's the great compromise. House of Representatives, population based, Senate's equal representation. Greatest compromise to ever be made.
Fair enough. And how'd that turn out? All right. So, last chance, everybody, to get those votes locked in. I'm going to give you guys just a couple more seconds while I'm glazing all of the debaters tonight. Great performance from all of y'all. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. Know Nothing, first time here. Great job. Great showing. Fucking had a blast. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed having you. For what it's worth, after we're done, you don't have to stick around for the after party, but it is kind of the most fun part. You've already done the work. The rest of it's just kind of us getting to go over it all. That said, I do get one vote, although for what it's worth, the vote is no longer meaningful. My vote has lost all power and value. There is no longer a monetary or a point value associated with my presentation or with my MVP selection. But for the night, I'm gonna have to give it, I think. You know what? I'm going to wait until after the. I don't want to bias the audience. I'm gonna hold on to that. So we're gonna go ahead and kick this over. I'm gonna count about 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
While you're
5.
counting, let me say thank you for having me here. I did have a great time after I got the nervousness out at the beginning.
It definitely showed that you fell into step, and that's what matters. So, all right. So the votes are still coming in. That's the last vote I'm going to allow. It is locked in. 8-7 in favor of the negative. So it looks like Vigilante, Lethe, and Game Boy actually take the win tonight by the slimmest of fucking margins, 53-46. So that said, we're gonna round that. Any other day, that would have been a tie. But we're not doing ties like that anymore. So I want everybody to remember that. So we're going based on even though every single person here is going to get 5 points for the actual ranking board. The chat has spoken, and it barely eked out in favor of the negative. So, good job, everybody. Again, like I said, we definitely enjoy everybody showing up tonight. Clock's going to go off for everybody out there in chat. Just so you know, after what we're done, when we're done with what we're doing here, after my little closing talk here, we're still going to keep streaming. We're going to stay live for a little while longer. But the rest of this, if you're watching the VOD, you got to be here live to catch the rest of this. We do this every Friday and Saturday night. Usually it's going to be 7 o'clock on Fridays, 6 o'clock on Saturdays. We're still figuring it out. Every night's a new adventure. We're still trying to make things better for you guys. We're always looking for feedback. We're always looking for debaters. And more importantly, we're always looking for audience. So if you guys liked what you saw, tell a friend and get more people in here and we will keep putting this show on for you guys because I think that we are here trying to actually make this space a better space. And I hope that everybody out there in the chat agrees with that mission statement. So, cheers, everybody. Appreciate y'all one more time. And now,
Who won
let's
MVP?
go. MVP. That's right. Yeah. Forgot that I had to make a decision on that. Okay. So, Lethe got caught a couple of times, and I honestly know nothing. Sort of caught you in a trap, so that kind of took it out. Let's Chief did great, but he also did sort of just make some shit up. It seemed he did sort of reel it back in his closing there, so that was cool. But it did feel like he was. At first, I thought that his question was like intended as a trap, but then I found out, oh no, he actually is asking his fucking opposition. Hey, was that the thing where that thing happened? I thought that was kind of funny. Vigi. So Vigi was great. Oh, and also Lethe, you totally let Let's Chief take over your fucking cross for most of it. I thought that was a fun point to watch.
Yeah, he started asking you questions.
Yeah,
Did no
yeah,
one else catch that?
it was something. Oh, I
They're all
absolutely
my
watched it.
cross.
And he did it super fucking smooth too. That was the best part. Like he slithered into
We're just
that.
two gals chatting.
That's it, just two gals chatting. Game Boy, you did great. Of course, you actually managed to go an entire debate without mentioning Puff Daddy. So good on that. But on the same token,
It was in there. It was subliminal.
That's one.
oh, was it sub? It was while you were having the mic issues, is what it was. So yeah.
Actually, yeah, I
so-
was thinking some Puff Daddy.
He was
there you
doing a little
go.
freak off.
No Nothing did great job, like I said, especially considering this was your first time trying to do this, or at least do it like this. Again, I can't imagine this is your first ever attempt at a debate, but maybe I'm wrong. Either way, you did a great job. You definitely got better throughout the course of the thing, and you definitely started laying traps, and that was really cool to watch. But I kind of feel like the person who had it together from start to finish was Doomer. So yeah, Doomer is going to get my MVP for
Hey, you
the
skipped
night.
me.
I'm not skipping you. I'm coming to you last. I've got them in an order here. So Vigi did a great job. Vigi, the only thing that I wish that I could start seeing from you, and for those of you who do not know, Vigi is about to be in the Word War Debate Competition Contender Series. And one thing that I am looking for from you is for you to start having a little bit more gravitas, a little bit more power behind. Like it seems like a lot of the times when you're talking, you're not as committed to it, but then whenever you do commit to it, like whenever like the he's fucking wrong, like you went from like 0 to angry. And so again, whenever it just doesn't feel like you're feeling what you're saying sometimes. And I don't know if maybe
It's
that's just me who sees that, but go ahead.
it's a shorter time span. I
Is
feel
that what
like
it
I've
is? You don't get
had
as
to
much
rush
momentum.
myself. Yeah, like
Okay.
it really. If you really want to see what it looks like when I actually put like a whole lot of emotion behind my like opening and closing statements, because I'm not rushing, go watch my most speakeasy debate against JS. I Circa
They're
really
trying to get
liked
that person into the DMZ, actually, JS, for what it's worth. That's the dreaded conservative. Is that correct?
Yep, that is dreaded
I
conservative.
have been sending him the prompt, and hopefully he will grace us at some point here in the DMZ.
And do you feel like
So,
because we try to be tame here, that also kind of affects like your performance, that you're kind of intentionally maybe keeping like a baseline level as a
'cause you're not
result
getting
of like our
provoked.
decorum expectations, maybe, or no? Or is it just because you're
What?
rushed?
What
Vigi.
makes the conservative dreaded?
One, I don't really practice my openings and closings. All of it's like I do it on the spot thing. The funny thing is like because of my lack of time sometimes I've actually started fucking like writing my openings while I'm at work.
You
but then a
shouted
lot
out AI.
You still mad about it?
okay, no. I started out one specific AI, and that's because it really helped me with like compiling information. So like AI is good at one thing, and it's good at compiling information. Um, and Claude is really good at doing that. Um,
I want to marry
and
Claude
Claude
too.
is Claude is the only one that actually like sources its shit, and that's like one of the things that frustrates me about all of the other ones is like it doesn't really source its shit unless you make it. But yeah, no. Being rushed is a lot of like what a lot of my problem. Like even I had notes like for my closings. I don't really write my closings out. I write notes during the debate most of the time. And like there are a couple like quick notes that I skipped while doing my closing just because of sake of time. There I combined two paragraphs of my opening to shorten it for time. The trans rights thing and then the women's rights things, those were two separate paragraphs. I just sped that up because I looked at the time and saw how little time I had left.
And I would have agreed with
I,
you.
uh, yeah, though it's just it's a time thing. I have a tendency to be more long-winded than fucking 3 minutes.
Radish, did the AI shout out count against Fiji in the final scoring?
It definitely prevented him from getting the MVP. That's all I'm saying. I didn't score. I just yeah.
That's what I
It
meant.
is. It's
MVP.
yeah. It absolutely did. Yeah. Again, and this is I get it's because I'm older than y'all. Y'all realize I'm much older than I look. And it just gives me the fucking ick, like when especially it's related to debate. And I understand that this is the most boomer shit I could fucking say, but I feel like especially when it comes to debate specifically, if you have to use AI to collate your thoughts, you're fucking missing the point. Like the whole idea here is for you to be able to get good at organizing your thoughts, to get good at actually delivering
Oh
the
yeah, I
rhetoric.
agree.
Yeah, and so like anytime I realize, and I have seen it
There's
in
a
real
difference
time
between
on
like
other people's channels where they're like, you can tell motherfuckers actively like throwing what you're saying into AI. What should I say? And you can
yeah,
tell
there's
because their
like
tone of voice change. You know what I'm talking about.
yeah, there's a difference between like how I use AI when like prepping for these and like how somebody like Marte uses AI. Because Marte has been caught using Grok to formulate his points, by the way. Um, but yeah, like how I do it usually is just to help streamline the research, like and compile information together and then use those links to actually like read the links and then find the information. Um, there's a massive difference in doing that versus having the AI create your points for you.
Sure. Yes, absolutely. Or have it write your fucking opening, which again, like I said, I have literally seen people do. I don't even remember who it was, but there was somebody I was watching them prep for the debate, and I literally watched them typing it into fucking AI, and I was just like, "Oh, sweet baby Jesus." I'm not going to say any names. That person, I don't want no drama. But I don't think I have invited that person back since I saw that. So that's all I'm going to say. But yeah, so
Oof.
back yeah, no name and no shame. It is what it is, because again, there are other forums that is perfectly welcome. Do your thing, and ultimately, like, if you actually did it well, I don't care, right? But the fact that I could hear the AI in this person's voice as well just kind of that's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to actually
KCAI,
understand.
Casey Lee
It's not.
AI.
It's not an AI. It's an assistant.
Oh, there you
Hey,
go. Thank you.
I will.
You're just you're just pandering to the fucking future overlords, man.
Artificial
You
assistant
just have to
AI.
pose it
Not
as a
fair.
contrapositive.
Look, hey, Circa, by the way, AI during the debate. Yeah, you dealt with that the other day when you debated Marte. You weren't debating Marte, you were debating Grok. That's why he seems so smart sometimes. That's what those are the points where he types in the Grok and gets the points.
Yeah,
I
like you
can't
can
tell if
literally hear
Circa
people
hates me
type
or
it.
loves me.
The
Bro,
answer is
he was
yes.
it was
Whoops.
like Game Boy MVP, and also what are these toddler ass argumentations coming from Game Boy? I was like, oh well, fuck me.
Good stuff.
What do you
Yeah, Marte. Yeah, and again, for what it's worth, I do try. I know Vigi, you know the person well, and et cetera, et cetera. And you were just in a debate with him the other day. I try not to. I avoid shit talking people who are not here to defend themselves. Marte is another debater who's pretty well known, especially in the blood sports space. But he is also a person who's going to be a contender in that word war debate. So I'm sure that you guys
Mhm.
are going to get to see him and what he can do, or apparently what
I
Grok
look
can
forward
do,
to
according to Vigi. So.
I look forward to Marte versus Radish.
I've already debated him once. Low key, he literally called me masterful afterwards. I thought that was funny. Yeah, long story short, and again, this is a true story anecdote. It's not me shit talking, but I was on somebody else's panel where the judges, or the I guess debate forum, where the judges absolutely hate me, like literally call me by names anytime I like. Just all they have for me is insult. One of them, actually, the other one, Cool Cat, is actually probably going to start debating with us. But anyway, yeah, so basically they were giving us random prompts, and I didn't, it was something about that there should be a mandatory 2 weeks of marital, what do you call it, marital
Counseling?
damn it, where there's counseling,
Counseling
thank you,
before divorce.
before a divorce. And basically I the guy said, oh well, yeah, I'll take that one. I just heard, I didn't even really know who Andrew Wilson was at this point, but he was like, I just heard Andrew debate about this just 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, oh, cool, I've never literally heard this argument before, but let's go. So he was literally prepped in this debate by listening to somebody else, a high level debater, just debate this prompt from his angle. And I just saw where the trap was. So I did everything I could to keep reframing it away from where he would want to take it. And I didn't let him take it to the places that he was
I would
prepped
have
for.
I would have set my own
I,
trap there.
again, like I said, I'm not giving you guys a play-by-play. I'm just saying that afterwards, when the judges all said nobody fucking takes you seriously because you're a goddamn communist, which is so funny to me. He was like, dude, I actually think you won. That was kind of masterful. So I was like, oh, thank you, man. So again, I have nothing but respect for the dude. I know that you seem to feel some kind of way about him, Vigi, but the dude's never been nothing but kind to me. So that said,
Oh,
go ahead.
I mean, don't get me wrong. To a degree, I respect him. I
Okay,
respect
word.
his ability to be good faith to an extent, as much as people like that can be good faith. Um,
Yeah.
but it's more of
Damn, what
I
do you mean by people like that, Vigi?
Christian nationalists, Christian
Those kinds
nationalists,
of
all of
people.
them.
Those people? Yeah, okay.
Well, guys, I
Uh,
have
Slippery
I had
slope,
a
buddy.
that?
prior obligation, so I've got to take off. I'm going to go collab with Echoplex Media. He was in
Oh,
here
yeah,
earlier.
that's right. You had said you were going to be doing something else tonight. Yeah, have fun over there. You said you're going over to Echoplex. Whenever we're done, we'll probably just raid out to her then. Cheers, man.
All
I
right.
appreciate
Shout
you.
yourself out.
Guys,
Yep, shout
thank you
yourself
for
out.
having
Tell
me.
everybody who you are, where to find you.
I'm Know Nothing Attorney. You can find me on Twitch and YouTube. I do review of political news, law news, do debates whenever I can get somebody in the chat to do that. Usually those go for like 3 to 4 hours. But yeah, care about law and really want to push for that constitutional convention.
Cheers. Hopefully you'll come
Cheers.
back and visit us again, sir, because definitely enjoyed you, and you are definitely welcome back in the future. Have a great night and have a great stream.
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good night.
Ever come back? You're not
Later.
invited.
Yeah, anyway, I do give a degree of respect to Christian nationalists like that. Like for an example, like with tomorrow's debate, when Hammer
Thank
just fucking said let Vigi pick who our other partner will be. Like I chose Steelboard for a reason because like one, he's the one that I probably know the best out of the group. Two, I respect his ability to be good faith. The funny thing is, whenever I sent him the way that the structure works, he actually said he really likes the structure of how we do the 3v3s for what it's worth.
Right on. No, that's very cool. That is super awesome to hear, actually. I've been looking forward to getting him over here. He was supposed to go last week, but he had to cancel last minute, which is why Castle slid in like last minute for us, and was able to kind of fill in for us. So that was, yeah. Again, he said I owe you one. So the fact is, whenever I called him and I said, "Hey, are you available to fill in for Gorps?" He said, "Yep." So we're square, and I'm looking forward to seeing how
Hey.
he does. So
He had to have somebody fill for him last week. He's returning the favor.
Exactly. All right. So that said, gentlemen, this is kind of a different thing with the after party with just us going back. Do we want to keep going over this prompt just us, or do we want to bring other people in?
I feel like Chief has more to
Uh,
say.
Okay.
What?
Chief has
Yeah.
more
Oh,
to say.
sorry. No, I'm just typing in chat. So if my shit lights up, it could be that.
Oh wait,
You're
hold
good.
on.
We can
I'll
bring
say
people
this.
in. I'm okay with that.
Like maybe
I think
one
the
person at a
smartest
time.
thing.
Go ahead.
Sure, might as well.
What were you gonna say,
Like
Game Boy?
Chief made me like when it was just us two, like continue the conversation
Mm-hmm.
about like the universal healthcare thing, and I was like half paying attention, and it was like he made me defend a viewpoint he knew I didn't support, and defend like what my partners were saying, even though I didn't agree, and then being like, "Yeah, do that now. I know more than you." Like, and I just had to be like, "Well, actually, what they really mean is," and just like kind of roll with something I could possibly get behind. But like, it was
Yeah,
brutal.
that order like really benefited me, and I saw that like immediately. It kind of just popped in my head. I was like, oh shit! Like obviously he doesn't support universal healthcare. I kind of know your politics a little bit at least. So I was like, well, let me see if he'll
I
at
think
least
we've
like
had an
carry this
argument
torch
about
for him.
universal healthcare, or like
We
at least
haven't
a
argued in
conversation
such a
about
long time, and like who knew, like a lot of that
it.
was
Yeah, well,
kind
it's
of
been
memeing.
since like 2023 at this point.
Yeah.
Rip.
Like,
Pour one out for the
I was looking
homies.
forward to it actually. Whenever I saw that that's who was going, I even said it in chat. Like this has been in the oven for a hot minute. So I'll tell you what.
yeah.
Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna make an arbitrary decision. I want to stay on the topic. It looks like chat wants to stay on the topic. What we're gonna do is we're gonna grab one person. You guys can look down into the lounge and see
Bring
who we're gonna
Circa in.
pull up here to keep the conversation going. Circa's not in there right now, but we're gonna go ahead and pull one
Oh
person up at a
damn,
time.
they're loaded
They're
up
cons-
in there.
they
They're
are. So like I
queued
said.
up.
I'm
Holy
gonna bring one
shit.
person up at a time so that we're not overwhelmed. But before we do, this is really important. Quick, a couple minutes feedback on the format.
State your
That we should do
business.
better? Yeah, exactly. Anything we should do better? Anything you guys think we should change?
What if we
I
brought
actually
in
think
Vida?
that champion idea is cool, but I don't think 5 minutes is long enough. But like I said, if it was the wrong two people,
Let's do the meta shit after.
you think so?
We
Stick
got
on-
45
okay.
minutes, and we
Yeah,
got like
actually,
6
cool.
people at least that are going to be
Cheers.
coming through.
Cheers. All right, you said Mida first. You want me to bring Mida up first?
I'm just
sure, why
curious what
not?
he has to say.
I was gonna say alphabetical order, but
Alphabetical order. You know what? Ancom was the only person who actually donated, so I say fucking Ancom comes up first. How about that? Arbitrary
Oh, yeah?
decision. And he doesn't even know that it's going to happen, is my guess. So Ancom,
hello.
we're going to bring
That was
people up one
unexpected.
at a time. Yeah, we're going to bring people up one at a time to get your take and pushback and thoughts and any comments or questions that you wanted to throw at the other debaters.
Ironically, we were actually talking about our own thing down in the other channel, so
Completely unrelated.
pretty much. But what I will
Okay.
say
Well.
is that for the majority of this debate, I posted it a couple of times in chat. There's a song by a band called Poor Man's Poison called Give and Take, and the main line from that from the chorus of that song is
Can you sing
Give
it?
and Take only works yeah. Give and take only works when both sides really give and take. It doesn't sound as good without the backing music, but whatever.
No, it sounds amazing,
Anyway,
and I think
was
it sells
amazing.
the
Thank you.
argument more than anything anyone else has done tonight.
Yep, 100%. Thank you, Lethe, for that. So, and thank you, Ancom. So, yeah, go on.
So yeah, the idea being that like part of the issue I have with this prompt is it's too goddamn vague. Like I can see, and this is why I asked the question in the way that I did. Can you demonstrate or can you think of any compromises which went against your position in this debate? So for the AF, which were negative, for the neg, which were positive for society. And granted, I wasn't closely listening, but it sounded like everyone was able to come up with at least one example of this happening. And so I think the issue here is that taking a definite stance on this prompt is the losing position in my view. It's political compromise has created benefits and has created detriments to society. And it's about what is being given, what is being taken, and whether or not both sides are coming out of this having given what they or having taken what they gave in terms of, equity of the compromise, because many compromises are very inequitable. Other compromises are very equitable. A lot of others, it's hard to make that call because the impacts of the compromise are wide reaching and take a long time to figure out. So,
All right.
as far
All right.
as
So
as far as
It really
as
runs
far
the gamut, huh?
right.
yeah,
Well,
as far as
I'm
who
gonna.
I think won the debate, let me just
Yep.
finish up
No,
real
go ahead.
quick.
Yep.
As
Go
far
ahead.
as who I think won the debate, and I did vote in the poll, I thought the AF side made the better argument tonight because they were focusing on the fact that yes, political compromise can and does have benefits for society, but they didn't have to ignore or explain away those compromises that weren't beneficial because that wasn't their job essentially. So for me, I voted for the AF in this case.
All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and put this out there. So first of all, since Know Nothing's not here, and I'm going to let anybody else who wants to push back against that, but I'm going to pretend I'm Know Nothing right now. And I'm going to say that the hardline take on this would be that the very nature of compromise of the two sides, finding ways for them to cooperate, collaborate, and find a place in the middle is inherently good for society because society gets to see that sometimes you have to help your enemy. You have to cooperate and collaborate with people you ideologically oppose. That is going to strengthen society as a whole, and it's going to increase the threads that bind us. So we as a society are going to always benefit from compromise, even if the outcome of that compromise turns out to be negative. Anybody else
Well,
want
how
to push
does that
back?
benefit
Well,
Quote the
society?
modern philosopher Vanilla Ice: "Stop, collaborate, and listen."
So that's
There
kind
you
of
go.
where my primary contention was. So when you give the
Yeah.
example of MLK and LBJ, they're both pushing for a progressive policy. So if they're making some, giving some leeway in the process of that thing, that's going to be probably an example of a good compromise. But when it comes down to people on opposing sides, you don't tend to get a compromise that is beneficial for society. So that's where I say the compromise is negative for society.
Yeah, and also when you do a compromise that is with a side that is fundamentally opposed to your own, it fails the litmus test of what makes a beneficial compromise that even a lot of the AF fucking agreed with, uh, that I specifically put in my opening for a reason, which I'll read it again. Compromise is useful when one, a group has a shared goal, and two, it's when it doesn't shift the balance of power. Um, when you uh, when you compromise with a group that is fundamentally opposed to your own, for an example, like like the MAGA movement, where they want, where we talked about this with like the Save Act, where they're trying to strip away the rights of trans people and women, specifically their ability to vote. There is no benefit from compromising and allowing the passing of the Save Act, because the compromise there would technically be the Save Act. It's voter ID. It's allowing voter ID and allowing voter citizenship. That is the citizenship qualifier for the ability to vote. That is the compromise, and that there is no benefit to that compromise.
At least not for
Not everything
society.
should be compromised, right?
I mean,
Say that again. What'd you say,
I,
Chief?
I don't think
I think we all had said that not everything should be compromised.
Correct. Yes, we all
So,
have a hard line. And say, hang on,
Oh, I
real quick.
was-
Did you? What were you going to say, Ancom?
Oh, I was just gonna say this goes right back to my initial statement. Give and take only works when both sides really give and take. It's
Yep.
literally compromise only works when both sides are willing to come to the table, give up something to get something. And one of the one or there's a really good way I heard this said, and I don't remember where I heard it, but it was essentially you know it's a good compromise when both sides walk away unhappy.
Yes.
Yeah.
True story. So funny enough, Let's Chief didn't use this exact turn of phrase, but the way I wrote it down was sort of a summary of the points he was putting together. But compromise is never perfect, otherwise it wouldn't be compromise. Like nobody's ever going to be fucking happy with compromise. The whole point of it is it's compromise. You should be as happy as you can be because at least something got fixed, something got done. But here's another thing, right? So I say all the time that when you talk to enough people from both sides, what you start to realize is how much overlap there actually is. So why can't we just find ways to fudge the parts that are easy to compromise on? There's some things that people are going to be ideologically opposed, like just completely opposite ends of the spectrum. There that we're never going to be able to find a happy medium for. But what if we just instead focused on the things that we can find a happy medium for and get that shit done, and then we'll work on that other stuff later,
I
right?
got an easy
Because
answer for this one. Because
Oh.
the things that we can agree to compromise on are the things that are least impactful. They are the things people care about the least, which means they're more easily willing to compromise, which means a compromise on those points isn't going to provide a significant benefit to anyone. And the bigger questions that we have a harder time compromising on are still going to be there floating above our heads, waiting to crash down on us.
All right. Cheers. Well said. Anybody want to push back on that, or shall I send him back to the basement?
Next.
All right, next. Thank you very
Have
much.
a good
Get
one.
out of
Appreciate you
here.
hanging out.
Thanks for the song.
Castle is muted. Bring in K.
Okay, I was about to say you went down there and kind of told them what was up and what I was going to be doing and all that jazz. I take it. So fantastic. I'm going to go ahead
Yeah,
and bring
K
in
is
Mr.
spicy
K.
right
Oh,
now.
Castle
He's a
just
little
unmuted
Ooh, spicy K.
specifically after you said
Yeah,
that.
yeah. He's a little
Well, that's okay. Well,
intoxicated. He
K's
doesn't
here.
know what he's
Castle will
saying.
go next. That's fine. No worries. K, what's going on, sir? What's on your mind? Obviously, you were watching there. What do you think? Do you think
He doesn't.
compromise
It's
is
not
beneficial?
registering to him.
I think it is beneficial. Yes.
Good job.
Okay, that does not sound like a spicy K.
Well, I told Game Boy that I felt that the argumentation that they kept on throwing out was kind of bullshit and easily avoidable. You can't just keep on going like here are the worst examples of compromise, so therefore it's illegitimate. Because then I could throw out that hey, people drowned. All right, so are you going to say that we shouldn't drink water anymore? No, obviously people can drown and like bad shit can happen with water, such as like microbes can like kill you if you like swim in like a dirty swimming pool. But guess what? I would say generally, I would recommend drinking water. You should probably have more water in your life as an individual. And I feel like they relied way too much on this argumentation. And I don't know why people keep on falling into that trap of like, hey, these things exist and these things are bad. It's like you could be like, yes, there's like awful times for compromise, but compromise is like every day in our life in every single specific moment. And the only reason we're able to do anything is because compromise exists. And I feel like it was never really fleshed out fully to the passionate level that I think it deserved.
Okay, so by your compromise, how much of a person should I be?
You specifically, I'm gonna say 25. But if you mean
Whoa,
African
25
Americans
is
in
too
general,
much.
I think that they should get 120 as reparations. They should be more of a person.
I think that was probably the right answer to that question.
We'll grant them the personhood of the unborn. That'll be
Yeah,
the
there you go.
compromise.
That'll be the compromise. That's right.
They get the extra personhood.
Okay, but seriously, do you have anything against or literally all you did just kind of piss on both sides of the fence there, because you said the right side that I agree with sucked because they didn't do it well enough, and the other people suck because I disagree with them. So
I didn't say
this
they
is-
suck. I said it. I wanted them to like go scorched earth with it. I
you're
feel
saying
like
you wanted the AF to go scorched earth.
yes,
Gotcha.
It didn't
because
help
I
that
think I
literally
think
Yeah.
woke up as
I
the
think
debate
it
started.
Right.
I think it's really a shame that they were dragged down so much by like so much like doubt and like, hey, what about this? Hey, what about this? Well, obviously we could both agree with this. It's like just nip that shit in the butt because it's bullshit, and we have so many examples to cut that, and just don't even let it go. Don't even
Well,
let it.
the reason we went with that approach is because we expected it to throw them off, and it did.
I know.
It kind of did.
I mean, good on you guys. I just think
Well,
it's I
I
fucking
was
hate it. when
surprised I
people
didn't
do-
hear. I was surprised I didn't hear the word "always" used more often from the AF, saying it does not say political compromise is always beneficial. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't.
I think we
It's
said
never, over and over
Yeah,
and
but
over
you said
again.
it
But I
like
feel like
twice.
yeah, I was about to say I feel like we needed to hear it more or louder or fucking angrier. I don't know. That might have
I
helped.
think the only
but-
person I heard say that was No Nothing Attorney.
Yeah.
Was it only the one time? I know I heard it, but like I said, I didn't feel like I heard it enough. So because they kept getting away with like
I think I
It
said
was
it
their
twice in
best
my.
That's
one.
why I
in my
asked.
presentation.
That's why I asked No Nothing Attorney the foulest question I could think of at the time. How many neo
How
Yahtzee
many Nazis at the table?
is a reasonable
you hold that one in
compromise?
your pocket the whole time. Yeah.
Don't worry, Kay. My original line of like questions was a lot more spicy than the ones that I ended up asking. I'm like, I was going to poison the well a lot fucking more than I actually did, and I was like, I'm gonna tone this back a little bit because this might be a little bit too far.
I kind of want to hear. Who raise your hand if you want to read those notes.
Are you saying you made a
Don't-
compromise on your opening there?
he
Oh,
did.
got him.
He
Oh
did.
no, I was talking
For
about
the
the
benefit of
I
our
was talking about the
society.
cross.
For the benefit of his team.
That's right.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no, I
Which
think
is
my-
society.
Hold on, my team knew exactly what questions I was going to ask because I put them in the chat, and then I ended up not.
Oh, they
fucking
had
asking
some
them.
input. They had some compromise on what you're going to ask for.
So
You had to weigh them in on it.
let's see, where did I put the?
Give them
Like I
some
said,
representation.
the way that No Nothing did that with Lethe was absolutely beautiful. Like, and I got to give you props, Lethe, for not you like I saw the moment where you heard the click of the trap, and you're like, how do I fix this? It was pretty.
I do
awesome.
also have to say that it's always the weakest ideologies or like the people with like the minority opinion that always believes that compromise doesn't like, work, or they want to do away with compromise and have some type of pure ideology.
As they say, sitting in
Which,
the
like, if
society.
you're a
no,
minority,
no,
by the way,
see-
which if you're a
Yeah.
minority, by the way, you got to realize that if we're gonna do it that way, guess what? Trans people ain't gonna fucking win. Gay people will never have
no,
won.
see,
If there was no compromise, you think that because in order for there to be no compromise, you need to have an overpowering ideology that is so purely means tested that nobody could challenge it anymore. This requires a power of which only could be like ruled through authoritarianism of the highest degree, like more than Hitler. We're talking some Viltrum level shit here, all right? Some Omni-Man shit, all right? And you know who wouldn't have won? The trans. They wouldn't have won. Socialists. They wouldn't have won. The
Trans
gays
people.
wouldn't have won. Left-handed people never would have existed anymore. It's just like for the minority side, and then also like anybody that's on the other side of it, where they're like the white nationalists or like the American nationalists that try to purity test one ideology in America. They have to realize that their ideology isn't as pure as they think, and without compromise, they would be eaten alive within a few rounds of culling out the ideology.
here's the thing about what you're saying. That it's I get like to an extent you're partially right, but to a large degree you're also pretty fucking wrong. One of the big reason for that is like we have plenty of extremely popular positions that aren't even being pushed for in Congress. The greatest example of that we talked about in the debate, which is universal health care. Universal health care, specifically like the public option version of universal health care, has over like a 70 plus support by the American voter. Another thing that has a hell of a lot of support by the American base is free college. And none of these things are being pushed by anybody besides the progressives.
Okay, but every other country in the world, which is like, the majority of the world, did compromise their way to that. So you using America's failure to compromise properly as a justification for not compromising, I still find as illegitimate, because the rest of the world
Well,
got
no,
there where
it's the
you're like,
whole
for your metrics.
I don't think they were compromising.
the
I
whole
think that's
reason
what
the
they knew
whole
they
reason
wanted.
You don't think they're compromising? No one ever compromised? You think Germany never compromised their way to get healthcare or anything? You don't think Japan compromised to have their robust social safety net? You just think everyone fucking agreed with each other?
No, I'm not
Honestly,
saying
ask
everyone
yourself what that would
agreed.
mean.
No, I'm not saying
Okay,
everybody
what
agreed.
happens when
Yeah, did you
everyone doesn't
realize?
agree?
Hold on,
They
hold on, hold on.
compromise. That's what it's
I will
called.
agree. I
No, they
will
just didn't
agree
get
that
what
it
they
was a
wanted.
compromise. Hold on. No, I'll agree that it was a compromise. Do you know? But do you know what the compromise was and why they made the compromise?
Depends on which specific thing you're talking about, but go ahead and tell me.
With Europe, specifically the wider social safety net that the majority of Europe has, the reason why they compromised in the way they did and why the majority of those countries have a social safety net, to the extent that they do, is because of the rise of socialism in those countries at the time. The reason they instituted those policies was to compromise with the socialists to curb the rise of socialism.
Let me ask you a question. If the conservatives came out and they're like, let's compromise. Let's compromise. What if we get rid of illegal immigrants that like do crime, but for the ones that haven't, we will give them a pathway to citizenship, but they will be taxed at a higher rate? Do you think this would be better for the American society or worse off?
I think it would probably be relatively neutral to the what we have now, actually. And it's for one specific reason, and it's something that I brought up on Easy Stream before. If we were to sit there and primarily focus on deporting the ones that commit crimes instead of leaving them in our own fucking jails, they're just going to go back and then cross back over our border and commit more crimes in our country.
So you think it would be net neutral to basically have a compromise that allows the American families that are currently being torn away from their families, or being torn away from their families, separated, sent away, probably put into jails in El Salvador or put into temporary concentration camps in America? It would not be better if we compromised away the idea that these people can stay if they pay a little bit more for their illegal entry in taxes, not even like a straight up fine, and did not commit crime. And those who did commit crime, we send those people away because they broke the law. You think that would be a neutral outcome to where we currently are, where we have videos of children being ripped away from their family? We have reports of people being raped, killed, and mistreated to the point of succumbing to their disease in centers that we don't allow our own senators to visit because of how, crazy the stuff that's going on there would be.
There is definitely positives to doing what you're talking about, but there is also massive negatives.
Yeah, but we're talking about what's beneficial to society. I mean, if we're going to purity test things, I think we're going to lose. There's a idea in like the computer like logistics space that if you try to get a computer to optimize for 100% optimization, it would take like the lifetime of the universe to like process these calculations. But for 80 to 90% optimized, we could do it lickety split. this is something we gotta like realize, is that we can compromise. We can get people onto our side. It might not be optimal, but it could be a better situation, and it can rapidly move us into a better direction.
See,
If
this
we
is
just
what
went all or nothing gay rights, then there would not be gay rights. The fact that we took incremental steps to get gay rights and people never stopped fighting for it, but allowed us to at least reach across the aisle and be like, hey, let's try this. Okay, now let's try this. That gets us where we want to go.
yeah,
I
but
agree that there's some things you shouldn't compromise on. And that's not the claim, but it's the claim that compromise is beneficial for society. This is a
there it
general
is.
claim.
So that's the thing. What I'm looking at in this prompt is what percentage have been beneficial, what percentage have been deleterious for society. Most of the compromises that get put on the table are negative for society. If we were just arguing about the positive, like we agree that gay people should have rights, and we're just quibbling over like, well, how many rights, what kind of rights, like how are we going to run this? I wouldn't have too much of an argument that compromise is beneficial. But when you
Wait,
see
are
something,
you just,
go ahead.
are you just saying that the compromise being less than the ideal
No,
is less ideal than the ideal?
no, I'm saying, okay, if no matter if in the situation there's $1,000 on the table and on the other table there's hot gravel, and one side wants hot gravel, and so we all know we just want the $1,000, but this side wants the gravel. To compromise with them is goofy. If we were both saying, hey, there's $1,000 on the table, how are we going to split this up? That'd be another deal. But y'all are adding gravel to the shit.
Well, what if the goal's to fill a
So,
pothole?
yeah, let's make this a little bit more personal, right? If you have a guy, and I funny, Circa's gonna recognize this because I used this analogy the other day when I debated JS. If you have a guy, if say you walk to work and you have a guy that on your way to work every single day punches you in the face
I
and
know
steals your
this
wallet, and when you come. One day he comes to the table and is like, I don't want to keep punching you in the face anymore, but he still wants you to give his wallet. Is that beneficial?
Yes.
Well, beneficial
point,
to
yes, actually.
survival, possibly.
Yeah.
Like, but
I would say that is a yes.
Is not getting punched in the face a benefit?
That's where we
I
fundamentally
would rather not
disagree,
get punched in the face
because
I
that's
found
where
a way to
I
mitigate
think
the
we fundamentally disagree
negative outcomes.
because
You still lose your wallet,
you're
but
still
you don't
getting,
get punched in the
getting
face.
a negative outcome. You're still losing your fucking money.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh,
We're
Yes,
still
literally,
repeating that
yes.
two sides with the most extreme oppositional ideals makes a bad environment for compromise. We agree. We all agree
Yeah.
with this.
But
also,
some level of compromise is beneficial in that it is not the worst case scenario.
I know
Also,
this
the
is
homework-
I'll do your
difficult.
homework if you
Said.
stop taking my lunch money.
I know this is taking it off of
Yeah, GG.
politics. I know it's taking it off of politics, but like we compromise every single day in your life. All right. You want to eat good shit, right? You want to eat things that taste delicious. Unfortunately, the things that taste delicious will make you fat, disgusting, and kill you. That's just how the shit, that's how it rolls. All right. You can't eat like a million cosmic
Wait,
brownies. You can't have like McDonald's every single day. You can't,
You're
all
full of
right?
shit,
So,
bro.
so you
Test me.
compromise and you're like, hey, listen, you know, also you don't like pain most of the time. Most people are pain averse, but we work out, right? Because we know it's good for our bodies. We don't want to go to school, but then we do because we want to get smarter and we want to get better and we want to make money at our jobs and contribute something to society. Now, take that level and apply it to politics. Not everything, you know, is what you want, but you do it because you have to get better in the system that we have. Remember, you are not the only person in the world. You have to compete with so many other people with so many different flavors of the same ideology. Even something as simple as like the thing I mentioned earlier, the current like debate in the world of trans rights. Everybody has a different idea of what that looks like. Same with socialism. We have socialists right now watching us, and if I ask every single fucking one of them, they're gonna tell me different ideas of what socialism is. You gotta compromise. You just have to. There's no world where pure ideology survives. It's Darwinism of ideology. You need to be able to compromise and adapt with other people in order to survive as a society. And that's why it's beneficial for society, because you're not the only
compromise
person.
that you're talking
Nah.
about, the compromise that you're talking about passes the litmus test that I said in my opening statement, that it has to be a shared goal and that it does not shift the balance of power.
All right. So
When
I'm
you're
going to jump in there real
compromising
quick.
on the same side, it passes that litmus test. When you're compromising on opposite sides, it does not.
Hold on,
Vigi.
Vigi. I'm gonna Kay. I appreciate your contribution, sir. I do want to get a couple more voices in here. I think this is working though. I like this, and I think we're probably going to keep doing this in the future. This is how the 3v3 after party is going to probably go.
All right.
Appreciate you, Kay. We will talk to you again soon.
Get him
Cassie,
out of
Adios.
here.
Love you, twin.
Let's see.
Circo really wants to be pulled up.
Well,
This is why you should not be
really
pulled
argue
up.
with Kay.
Yeah, Kay's going down to get mogged by Circa right now. I wish
Exactly.
I could be a fly on the wall.
They're going to be fine for a hot minute. They'll sit in their
Keep
own
each other
corner. So,
busy.
Castle, welcome in, sir. What were your thoughts on the prompt? What did your thoughts on the performance? Who do you want to throw hands with?
So, first off, I love Doomer. And second off, Let's Cheap looked stunning tonight on cam.
Yeah,
Just to get that out of the way. But no, I agreed with the app on this one. We were actually just starting to get into it when Circuit got in, but then I guess it got pulled in here. But yeah, I just thought, I don't know if this was mentioned at all, so sorry if I missed part of it, but did anybody talk about whether or not, if you had no compromise, what that looked like, and like governments that don't compromise and how bad that their systems of government can be?
I don't know.
Okay,
China's
I
doing
just
pretty
wanted to
good
be
right
sure,
now
'cause-
because there's not a lot of compromise there, and
Uh,
China just does the thing.
Listen, I don't remember anybody really getting into that. What are some examples of that? I'm gonna still be listening. I'm still here, but of course, Chief,
Well,
Chief and Doomer,
like
you
any-
guys have the controls. I gotta piss.
Like any
attorney's main
dictatorial-
argument was
Gotta go for it.
like, what's the end state of a no compromise society, and then would just explain what he thought that would be by like assuming what we meant by no compromise. It didn't really go over because he didn't explain it in the way that I think he wanted or that would have landed well. But I think that was his kind of point.
Also, do you think?
So
Okay, so you said dictatorial governments, right? Do you think like China and Cuba don't have compromise at all within the party?
well, it's one party though.
If they did, is it good for
Yeah,
their
that's
society?
Yes, I would say it does because like I
Cool.
said, it passes the litmus test. The whole reason I put that litmus test and everybody on both sides fucking agreed with it, I want to point that out again, is because that is what it takes for compromise to be beneficial. It is significantly easier to compromise between a single ideology or a single side of a issue, and it actually passed the litmus test of what is beneficial than to compromise between two significantly opposing ideas, and it passed the litmus test.
But those aren't governments that actually are agreeing on policy. They're like, hey, I'll agree with whatever the leader says so I don't get thrown in jail.
Yes and no.
So it's
Not
whatever
necessarily.
really,
No,
it's
so
whatever they really want at the head of the state. I mean, if Xi Jinping said that we're doing this and his party said no, then people's heads would roll in that government.
You can look at the U.S. even.
if you believe that, you really haven't looked into how single party democracies actually work. When I was a communist, I actually looked into how single party democracies actually work, and there's a lot of
Name of
things that are
Vigi's
in-
autobiography. When I was a communist.
And his stripper name.
There's like one major thing that is incorporated into both the Chinese system and the U.S. system that I actually think would, or not the U.S., but the Cuban system, that would be very beneficial if we were to actually institute it here. And it's the ability for if the people don't believe that their representative is actually representing them well, and representing the ideas of their area well, they can withdraw that person at any time.
So
You think this is happening in China?
This is something that is a rule in China, and this is something that is a rule in Cuba.
Has that ever happened?
I know in Cuba it has. I would have to find an example, as I looked into this fucking forever ago before I actually started taking notes when I do research. But it has happened, yes.
Okay, I'd be interested to see what
So
reasons why.
that's pretty much the reason. It's the whole idea that if
Is
the
this
leadership,
like a recall system or something here?
It
I
is a
don't
recall
know.
system,
Yeah,
yes.
I believe so. So,
So
like,
we have the same kind of system.
No, their recall system is a lot more accessible. So when we're talking about the recall system here in the U.S., it effectively has to be initiated by the representatives of that area. So like your state government or
Normally
like
done
your
through
city
petition.
council or something, just kind of depending on well, the part of the problem is with the recall system here is it's not institutionalized federally. It's up to the states. The way that it works in Cuba is the petition system that you're talking about effectively is like they can petition for that person to be recalled as like just the area, and that's how it works throughout the entirety of the country.
Vigi, would you
That's not
say
what
that
was
Cuba is?
specifically.
Would you say Cuba's and China's as countries are doing better than the U.S. based on their governments, or not, or worse?
Uh Cuba right now I wouldn't, that's because of the US, because the US has been fucking blockading them for a little bit. I don't know if the US is still blockading them, but they were like fucking almost out of oil last time I checked. China, generally speaking, I would say actively is probably doing at least a little bit better, if not the same in the US.
it's kind of
but
where
if
I
we
was
can
going to go
broaden
with
out
it.
again, again, like we're hearing that because compromise only works when both sides are reasonable, then compromise isn't inherently like beneficial, but the prompt is that compromise is beneficial for society, not that it's always beneficial or works in every situation or is always good or that the outcome is always moral. So it's like we're confusing, like, is it beneficial for like almost like we're being forced to argue against, is it universally successful? And it's like it goes back to like something that's
Beneficial
commonly
versus
cited
successful.
is
That's
like
the key.
the seatbelt argument that people are like kind of commonly refer to, like, you know, seatbelts don't save every life, like therefore they're not beneficial.
Yeah, no, if
The whole
seatbelts weren't
reason we
helpful 60% of the time and were only beneficial 40% of the time, I would say they were a net negative. So if the
Yeah, if
compromises
that was
are
demonstrated,
60%,
yeah.
yeah.
I think the main thing, and I know nothing attorney actually picked up on this, is we were primarily, at least in my opinion, we were primarily debating against the liberal form of compromise, where it's compromise for compromise sake.
Yeah, I think that's kind of extreme. Whereas I feel like you would all probably agree, just compromise incentivize reasonableness.
It
Does the
I
idea
don't
of
think so.
compromise incentivize being reasonable?
Yes and no. Yes and no. When you're on the same side, yes, it does. When you're two fundamentally opposing positions, no, it does not.
What do you say, Doomer? Your
No, I was
experience.
just gonna say that's like an all or nothing type deal. Like Vigi's position kind of seems like it's if you can wield the power against someone else, you should. You don't need to compromise with them, and that's that's a view. Like I can see that, but I also don't see how that's applicable to every situation. If it's 5 people against 4, how do you ensure the 4 people don't come around with the raw end of the deal?
And we could say you could have
Without
multiple
compromise.
tools in your toolbox if you have the numbers, like fucking run it up, get past what you can. But in the instance that you do need to compromise, like whether it's standard
To give
budgetary
you
stuff like you had cited, or I mean, there's definitely room for it.
To give you guys a little bit more of an a viewpoint into like my ideology and like where I come to this conclusion is I am actually somebody who is fundamentally against the Senate. I'm fundamentally against the electoral college, and because I'm against the Senate, I also even if we were to keep the Senate, I think we should get rid of the filibuster. And I have debated all of these on stream.
So real quick, Castle, any other thoughts or any other criticisms before we
I would
before
love
we
I
bring
would
somebody
love
else
to
in?
talk more about the filibuster, but I feel like that's a totally separate argument. So
Yeah, that's a whole. You know what? Actually, somebody put it into the Discord. I would like to do a end the filibuster prompt.
Real quick before you get
I
Castle out
debated
there, I
that on
wanted
Wick
to
stream.
what Vinci was
I will
saying.
debate you on that too, Castle.
It sounded
All
like you were
No,
kind
I
of
agree with you.
realizing that you're against liberalism in general. Is that right?
Yes and no. I'm against centrism. I'm against centrist liberalism. Like I love Wick to death, but Wick's form of liberalism irritates the shit out of me.
that's just government in general.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what exactly that means, but again, that I feel like that's a whole different panel. So, were you asking Vigi that question, Doomer, or were you asking
Yeah.
Castle that?
Yeah, no, it was just kind of like going back to my closing where the prompt seems to fall more toward arguments against liberalism in general rather than some kind of argument against like political compromise.
Sure. And
Well, because
remind me
the problem,
real quick. I want to hear Doomer's thoughts on what exactly defines liberalism.
Like the core thing I echoed in my opening was like the more representative the government, the better. So like even if you're in a minority party or not, yeah, you have some kind of input in the civics going on in your society and whatnot. So kind of going against that, saying like power should be wielded against the minority parties and whatnot. Like if you don't need to compromise, you shouldn't do compromise for compromise sake. All that kind of stuff seems to go kind of against liberalism in general and more towards some kind of like authoritarian kind of governance.
Now, Vigilante, would you consider yourself an authoritarian?
no, I'm not. I mean,
Would
I
you
have some
support the authoritarian
leanings.
implementation of your ideology?
Yes.
Sounds like you're an authoritarian. So, any last thoughts, Castle, before I move on?
No, I think that
was
kind
it.
of
All right. Cheers.
put things in
Appreciate you hanging out,
perspective.
man. Yeah, appreciate your contribution. We'll talk to you soon. Probably
Sounds
very
good.
soon. All right.
Castle was mean to me
who do we
once.
want? Was he? Did he take your
Once.
lunch money? We saw him
He didn't.
shadowboxing.
He didn't punch me in the face though, thankfully.
We get
Yeah, no, I
vegan
was
in
about to
here.
say, scary dude. Vegan?
I'm always
All right,
intimidated.
We'll pull vegan.
Hey,
up.
wait, it's Griffith's turn. Wow.
Is it Groofus's turn? Are we going? You're going to get everybody. So I figure that Groofus is probably enjoying himself down there as well. So morally superior vegan. What are your thoughts on the prompt? What is your general position? Do you have thoughts on the show, or do you have somebody that you want to call out specifically?
My general thought, just so I show my bias, political compromise is beneficial for society. I think overall isn't true, because I think the far more important aspects of politics is, and Lethe brought up the more extreme cases where compromise wasn't something that we should focus on. So that's my bias. So I would sit with the negative side. I would shout out my boy Game Boy. Should have gotten MVP here. There was no criticism of like anything he said, and I think he did a pretty dang good job.
Okay, so I may have ranted to him. My bad.
No, I mean I still agree with the concept and like everything that was said about you. That's still a big thing for you. I guess
Could have
For what
gone
it's
back
worth,
to
I do
back.
watch whenever I do the edits, I rewatch it, and sometimes I have made the wrong calls. Sometimes I have said things. I
It wasn't
always
this
go
time though.
back
It's
and
fine.
check myself. but maybe you're right. But again, I said what I said, so I'm gonna stand
yeah,
by.
I think overall I
Strange
had my
one, you can
opinion,
run it back.
but when I saw the prompt before the debate even happened, I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
I definitely personally side with negative. And obviously, anybody that has a bias towards one side of a prompt is going to be very hard pressed towards pushing towards the other. But I think I'm still sitting on that side overall. I can
So they
understand
didn't
that.
convince you.
Yeah, I think overall there is still some good that can happen from political compromise, but in general, I don't think compromise should be the ultimate end goal of what should happen because of the extreme cases being the extreme cases having far more weight of what should change, like what Lethy brought up, and compromise isn't able to do that. So
Yeah, we weren't arguing that compromise should always be the end goal, though, right?
yeah, but yes, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Is
but that's what
it's not
liberalism
always the end
argues.
goal. It's not the end goal. It does have its benefits, but I think overall, compromise should not be the primary tool. With I don't know if like I'm not a utilitarian, but I'm just going to use the term utilitarian viewpoint of like if we're looking for the best way to improve society, like
I'm
like
gonna push back, and I'm gonna go back to what I said earlier because I don't feel like anybody engaged with it, and I'd like to hear somebody knock it down.
yeah, hit me.
Yeah. So when the average citizen sees the two political parties yelling, screaming, and insulting each other, it degrades society on a fundamental level. But anytime the average citizen gets to see the two political parties find common ground and compromise to make something actually happen, it makes society feel better about being part of that society. So every compromise is a net benefit for the integrity of the society. The result, the outcome may not always be good, but the actual act of compromise is inherently good for a society. It builds cohesive and commonality across political barriers.
The
And
way I would push
legitimacy,
back on
kind
you,
of how attorney went on it.
So I
so the
would
way I
say,
would push that
go ahead.
point, it would be to say that in the case of Republicans, Democrats in America, can you name a point where they had a full compromise and they made a choice on that compromise? Like, can you name up? I mean, I'm not going to expect you to know everything that's happened in the past 20 years, but is there a particular point that has happened in the past 20, 30 years that they have made a legitimate compromise on? And what that discussion was that they had, that they compromised on.
I feel like the debaters laid out several examples of this in the course of the debate, didn't y'all?
The ACA
you have to
is a
define
good example,
compromise.
actually.
Yeah, like what's the biggest one, I guess?
The ACA.
Well, I would
But-
say not even the ACA because that wasn't even passed bipartisanly. You said that was just along party line.
Yeah, I think
Well,
originally it was
wasn't
originally like
passed
Romney care,
bipartisanly
wasn't it?
because it was a version of Romney care, but it wasn't passed bipartisanly because of the Republicans' refusal to compromise. The proposal of it, though, was the compromise. It was them literally proposing a Republican policy in order to try to get Republicans to vote for it.
I'm gonna quick Google search to
I am
check
too.
it.
Yeah, I'm literally doing it right now.
So
Major
the Senate
bipartisan
passed.
compromises throughout U.S. history. Go on.
I'm looking at the ACA specifically because
And,
that was mentioned.
also for the ACA, for that window specifically, they only had a supermajority for how many months? Like they didn't have a lot of time to work on this either.
Yeah,
I
because the
actually
House.
don't know that information off the top of my head.
Yeah, they only had a
The-
supermajority for I want to say right around 6 months.
Yeah, so
And
I'm
the
looking at
filibuster threat.
Yeah.
the Senate vote was December.
Well, then they
24th.
had supermajority, so that would have went over filibuster.
Yeah.
All right, so real quick, this is coming from stacker.com, major bipartisan compromises. Somebody else has already collated for us, so let's look. I'm going past all the way down to the 1964 Civil Rights Act required compromise across politics. Great Society in 1965. Lyndon B. Johnson set an ambitious policy agenda, et cetera, et cetera. There was a huge compromise there. Man on the Moon, 1969. 1973 Endangered Species Act. These are all things where political compromise, cross-partisan cooperation had to happen. The Food Stamp Program of 1977. 1983, now we're getting into the Reagan area, the Social Security Reform. 1986, the Tax Reform Act. 1990, Americans with Disabilities Act. Somebody mentioned the ADA in the debate. 1995, the Blue Dog Democrats formed. I don't know what the fuck that is. 1996, welfare reform. 1997, the CHIP Act. 2001, No Child Left Behind. We've just now hit the 2000s, kids. September 11th, 2001. I assume that was the
Never
okay,
Forget
yeah,
Act.
that was the never.
Never
It was
Forget.
the God
I just
Bless
made that up.
America, and no, you're close. You brought a politically divided America together. So I guess that was just the fact that everybody was an American that day. 2002 McCain-Feingold Act. 2005 Gang of 14. 2009 Cabinet Selections. 2010 Tax Deal. 2012 the Jobs Act. 2013 Bipartisan Budget Act of 2013. I'm almost caught to reality now. Every Student Succeeds Act of 2015. 2016 the 21st Century Cures Act. 2017 John McCain's speech after healthcare and vote. I am going to put this in the chat. So that was 2017 John McCain. So that was
Who did that?
Nobody else in the video
It was
thing.
the video ninja thing. Like someone joined it and was like doing that audio bug.
There's no way somebody could have joined it without the link that I've only
Well,
sent to
No,
them.
trust me,
somebody,
someone did. I saw
somebody
it.
was hacking the sound and playing slurs and crazy shit through the audio.
Yeah.
I didn't hear nothing.
I don't know how.
Yeah, I
you
didn't
hear
hear
it.
it.
I heard it, and so did Game Boy. So and Lethe.
I definitely
When you-
heard it.
Yeah.
Chief?
I already nuked my
I-
fucking VOD because of it.
I'm probably
Really?
gonna have to do the same.
Yep.
But I turned it down immediately.
I couldn't figure out
yeah,
where the fuck
well,
it was coming from.
Yeah,
so
I'm trying
for
to
what it's
figure out
worth,
where it was
yeah,
coming from.
I've got mine muted and like my mic and my audio muted in there. But Chief, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
No, you probably have yours muted as well, like I do. But is there any way that somebody would be able to get in here?
If the links were shared with people, we can
Again,
always
it's
switch it up for
only-
next time.
Yeah, it's only been given to the people who are in the debates, and so that makes me wonder.
Did someone?
who-
I didn't have the Video Ninja tab open. Did someone join in there that isn't in there now?
Yeah, whoever it is not in here now for sure, and they're saying that there was somebody else in there.
Yeah, I don't know where it was coming from, how it was getting through. There was no way for me to turn it down, mute it, anything.
Well, hold on.
Except for
You
my own
had
stream.
you had the thing up, right? You had the actual
I-
like camera.
Yeah, but
like,
it doesn't.
Video?
It doesn't show the link because I already I was showing mine too.
No,
and
no,
I
no,
pulled it
no,
up
no,
to
no,
look.
no. Did you see somebody pop in?
No, I didn't see anything. That's
Oh,
why I'm
no,
wondering where
I
the hell it
switched
was
to
coming
Discord.
from.
Weird.
Yeah, that makes zero sense.
Yeah, just make sure the Video Ninja window you have just the speaker turned off on it.
Yeah, the
and
speaker on it
I
on there, yeah,
I
not
always
muted.
hit mute when I join or whatever, but I'm sorry about that, guys. That's fucked.
Yeah, that's super fucked. I'm super sorry.
We could probably, I don't know if you record anything or could export your video Horseradish if they want to post it on their like channels.
Yeah,
so they could at
100%.
least have it, obviously.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. No, my
Beast
bad.
is a yit out there.
Oh, that's shitty.
My Opera
I-
audio wasn't recording, so my VOD probably didn't pick it up. But
But once again, I still don't understand how you would have seen, like, just like in Discord, somebody else joined the room.
You can join without video.
And I guess you would then be able to. They wouldn't show. It's not like in Discord where it shows that there's somebody there, but you just don't see.
Yeah, I don't know actually.
That was
No,
I
crazy.
didn't
it's-
see any blank windows pop up, and I didn't have it muted, and I didn't hear anything. That's the weirdest part for me.
Yeah.
that is weird because like it wasn't soundboard because I fucking muted soundboard on Discord. So it wasn't coming through Discord. And and it wouldn't be a fucking just tab that I have open because Lethe and Game Boy were hearing it too.
But it's interesting. Well, and the fact that it was muted here leads me to believe Lethe and
Was
Game
it the
Boy heard
only
it,
only negative side heard it?
right? Doomer, did you have the Video Ninja window muted?
Yeah, I have it.
in-
No, it's not
Yeah,
muted.
mine
I have
wasn't
it up
muted.
watching it. Yeah, that's why I've been watching for the
Oh.
debate. Just people talking.
Okay, well, hold on. So that means that he wasn't muted and he didn't hear it either.
Yeah, I'm not
So-
muted. I didn't hear shit.
Doesn't
So I
Radish
don't
have
think
to
that
put
it's-
people up into the Video Ninja?
That's what I thought, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Don't I have what?
I'm pretty sure you have to pull somebody up into the Video Ninja.
No, you have to have a direct link. It's not even about pull somebody up. You have to have the link that I sent you directly. That's why I was saying nobody could have joined. I don't know what y'all heard, but it wasn't the Video Ninja.
because it
I
would have
mean,
joined as you actually.
Yeah, and you would have seen. I'm pretty sure somebody pop in, but Doomer wasn't muted in there, and he couldn't hear it in his. So it wasn't the Video Ninja. It was something else. I don't know what it was that just y'all were able to hear it. But
Don't
that's
know.
just really weird, and I'd really like to figure that
Don't
the
know.
fuck
It
out.
was fucking
Radish.
weird, and it
Someone
was
else
very
was-
intentional.
Radish, I'm telling you with my own 2 eyes, I saw a 7th person in the video ninja. I don't know how they got there or why certain people
Yeah,
couldn't
no, there was a
recognize Bob.
7th person that was Know Nothing Attorney, but he left.
Just to spam the hard R. Like, he left right after the audio left. At least for me.
Wait a minute. So it was happening
he left a
while
long
Know
time
Nothing
ago.
Attorney was here?
No, it just happened like when Morally Superior Vegan,
just
like I
happened.
want to say a few minutes after he came in, it started going bonkers.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know what the deal was.
Well,
but
safe to say that person probably is against political compromise.
Yeah, that's your ally over there.
Yeah, right.
You own that.
Vegan.
Fighting against liberalism.
I will keep my eyes peeled and see if anything like that. There's again, and we haven't even been doing this long enough for there to be like somebody that would have like some sort of hate that would be able to like. So I don't know. Whatever.
It could just
Super
be
awesome.
someone that is able to see like the public like rooms from Video Ninja. They just like,
I
sniff through
just
them
see a
and
thing
find way to
literally right
force
now. It says not
themselves in.
visible, unknown user just joined.
Yep.
There's a 7th person whose mic muted for me.
Yeah, person is muted for me too. Yeah, a 7th
gone.
person did just join.
And he spammed the same thing again.
I didn't hear
able
anything.
to hear him? You didn't have it muted?
I muted this
No.
time around, so I couldn't hear it. But yeah, that's what's going on.
I heard it.
Well,
Yeah.
They
that's
weren't
a
muted for me.
bitch.
I heard nothing. Huh? That's weird. Maybe Video Ninja's
Someone earlier in the Twitch chat mentioned that they host their own Video Ninja server, so maybe we'll look into that, and it'll allow a little bit more privacy. We'll kind of
Be able to host our own. Yeah.
yeah, we could
100%.
always change up the links for like tomorrow too before we get rolling.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, we'll fix that. But everybody's got it muted now, so I mean,
Yeah.
that kind of kills the fucking vibe, though, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it
it definitely
just-
did.
Yeah.
Nothing like a hard R to kill the vibe.
Not even just one. It was like multiple songs with just like really, really loud hard R's.
Wait, it was like a jump cut of the hard R.
So it
It's
was
a bunch of
it was
music.
like a prepared presentation.
So it was
pretty
like
much.
art?
I mean, I would say it was
That's
something that if you wanted to troll
It
a
was
Discord,
like a
you could
sound
run it.
bite that he just spammed.
That's like I gotta say, if they're out there listening, I've been spending too many times listening to right wing panels, but that has got to be the gayest form of racism I've ever heard, is to make some art to go spam to another channel. Sorry.
paste some macaroni to a sheet of paper. Be more productive.
Yeah, fun times.
So that's why when you asked your question, I couldn't really hear you, and I was like trying to figure out what the fuck was going on.
Got you. Yeah, no, that's super.
Horseradish opened his mouth and it's just like,
Right?
Answer for
damn
this.
horseradish, shit.
That's terrible. Yeah.
So who's next?
okay.
Like Mida or someone?
All right, I'm moving along.
Yeah.
we're
So
peppy here.
good conversation. Yeah, appreciate you coming up. Who was it that was here? Oh, vegan. And then yeah, whenever I dropped him out, it was gone.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah,
All right.
but
Let's
I
pull up
don't
my-
think it was vegan. Like I've talked to vegan,
Jesus
nothing
Christ. I'm
crazy.
trying to
happened.
have a conversation with Circa.
Get out of here,
Oh,
Paul. Get
bad.
out of
Bye.
Mida.
Yeah,
I
okay,
am-
go back to it. Doing the Lord's work, he is.
Now bring up Circa.
Rufus. We'll bring up. No,
Just
nope. Let them all fight it out. We'll bring in the nice guy, Mr. Groofus. Groofus, what's on your
I'm
mind?
the nice guy?
Yes, actually.
Yeah, now you're in Discord instead of the video.
Yeah, I was about to say. So be warned that apparently there are bad people afoot.
there are
But
trolls in
thoughts
them
on
there
the-
hills.
yep. What was your? We need to all grab our rocks. What was your thoughts on the prompt? What was your thoughts on the debate? What was anybody you want to yell at in particular? Or did you get it all spurged out down there in the other room?
Yeah, Game Boy, what the fuck? Why weren't you more trolly?
I Always a fair
Because
point.
Radish gets mad at me, and like he reminds me of
No.
like my dad when he's upset. So I stop.
There is a perfect level of that I think is right, and you find that magical level a few times where it's like you are able to be a smartass but still keep it on task, and I think that's brilliant. When you're on, you're on. So again, it's when you're taking it seriously but you're still being a smartass. It's brilliant to watch. That's why I keep inviting you back. It's not that I get mad when you're trolling.
Aww. So like, why didn't I win MVP?
He's not
Yeah,
mad.
you
He
should
just
have
gets
won it.
disappointed.
You're MVP
Yeah,
in my heart, Game Boy.
Yeah, Game Boy should have been MVP this time.
I picked up the leash and did the dog walking this week, so sorry.
Yeah, really, he did. I'm gonna stand by my decision. I keep after somebody else call or whenever Vegan called me out for it. Although now I understand you were just bribing him to say it. I
don't
still stand by
have-
the fact that Doomer made the best points. It felt like he just had a cohesive arc to the argument. The way that he framed it, I was impressed. So, and he stood well to the scrutiny. He did well in both of the whenever he was cross-examining and being cross-examined. Again, I'm going to go back and rewatch it. I might have gotten it wrong, but I don't think so. But again, this was you didn't have the right amount of smartass. Exactly like Rufus just said. You weren't smartass enough tonight. So
I was promised I was promised by certain someone
that
that
a bitch?
that Game Boy was gonna be more trolly tonight. I won't name names.
I never said that. No,
I never.
like,
You weren't. It
no.
wasn't you, Game Boy. It wasn't you, Game Boy.
On my mama, I never said I was gonna be no troll.
So the libertarian sword fighting in the weirdest way here. What were your thoughts? Do you believe that compromise is beneficial for society, Rufus?
By and large, no.
Why is that?
Because I think the best strategy for achieving libertarianism or any political ideology in general is more of a remnant strategy where you, unironically, so to speak, preach to the choir, reach a small group who can actually build and understand your ideology, and not constantly fall to political compromise where you end up justifying overreaches of state power, a la the war in Iran or ICE, right, ICE's overreaches and whatnot. That's what I see as the natural consequence of political compromise.
Anybody want to push back on that?
Actually, kind of wish Allie.
No, that's valid.
Non-aggression principle all the way.
I wish Allie was here because I do believe he has a different libertarian strategy than me, and it's fun as I don't get to debate libertarian praxis all that often. But
I'm sorry, I'm mildly distracted. I figured that y'all would have there was some meat on the bone there to chew, but apparently there wasn't. But I do want to let y'all know that apparently there was an option here where I can make it so guests hear others is now turned off. So y'all actually your audio in the Video Ninja doesn't even work now. So even if somebody does scream things
Take
or whatever,
that, racist.
yeah, haha, you got muted, bitches. All right. So, what did you say about the libertarian praxis now? I'm sorry.
I just said
snooty.
It just means no. It's the libertarian strategy. I'm just being.
There's a libertarian strategy. When did you guys have a meeting?
There's a lot of different.
Who decided where it was, or did you each just stay at your own location and
who funded the roads to get there?
Which private roads did you take to arrive there?
The Free State Project.
Gotcha.
All the meetings aren't that good. That's why everyone keeps on leaving them, and it becomes a big deal.
Actually, Anson said he was just at a libertarian gathering recently, and he complained it was a sausage fest.
Really?
The Free State Project implies more than one state, right?
It's just New Hampshire. The whole thing it's just been New Hampshire.
Still one free state, okay.
Yeah, I can give a spiel on that if you want, but it's essentially just a bunch of libertarians all move to that one state and try to change its politics.
Completely
Do they compromise with
non-aggressively.
each other?
It's compromise with. I have no problem with inter-libertarian compromise.
That's still
So if-
compromise. It was one of the several
I
types
did
of
say, I
compromise.
did say by and large. I did say by and large. I wasn't making unilateral.
I think Rufus is on our side.
I think you're right.
can't.
I think Rufus got convinced to call himself a libertarian because the cool kids he knew were libertarians.
No,
but I
That's
think he's
impossible. That is
actually
impossible.
A libertarian.
Libertarian?
Ooh,
what's a libertarian?
I just told you.
But what is the policy prescriptions for a libertarian?
You all moved to New Hampshire and compromise.
I just want to say, aside from one other person, I don't know any libertarians in real life.
Are you in New
Well,
Hampshire?
that's because they
No.
only exist on the internet. I had a
That's
joke
not-
that
I know
went
plenty
with
of,
that, but I left it to myself.
My
I know plenty of people who call
sophomore
themselves
year
libertarians, but none of them really
geometry
are.
They just smoke weed and vote
Well,
Republican.
that's what I mean, Vichy. Like, I know plenty of people call themselves libertarians, but I
Guys,
do
let me
I do
disprove
gatekeep.
the claim. My
What claim?
sophomore year geometry teacher was an objectivist. So like,
Oh, good lord!
not online, bro. He taught basketball.
Like Randy, an objectivist, or
Yeah. He was straight up
Okay.
like he gave a lecture like at the end of the year about how we should all go home and read Atlas Shrugged.
based?
And he was like 35 with no wife or kids.
oh my
He
good
was so
lord!
chill. I loved him. He let me skip in his class all the time.
I'm sure he's probably still never touched a woman because he's an Ayn Rand supporter.
Bruh.
It wasn't that long ago. Not that
How many
mean-
times did you mention Neil Peart in class?
I like how Game Boy's defense was.
Lizzie-
It wasn't that long ago. Like, yeah, he hasn't touched a woman, but it hasn't been that long.
I mean,
Guys,
Vichy,
it's been like, hold on. It's been like 5 years since sophomore year. So, I mean, that's like, he's 40 now.
wait,
so it's not like,
high
no
school or
chance.
college? High school or college?
You're
High
outing the
school.
40-year-old virgin wild.
I mean,
And what subject did you say he taught?
Math.
geometry.
Math?
He was
Geometry?
real good at it
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, no, that checks out. That all checks out. Seems right. Adds up. All right, so Grufus, can you think of any examples of beneficial compromise?
What was the one Game Boy used? I forget.
The ADA?
Play is fast.
To what?
Oh wait, no,
Was
wait.
that the
yeah,
ADA or was that Vidge?
no, that was
I used
no, that
yeah.
was
I
that,
didn't
that was
use
that was
any
definitely Vidge.
examples.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, I thought I heard one that I agreed with. I can't think of one offhand. I'm sure I can think. I can think of one, but I can't think of one offhand.
The U.S.
Actually, no.
Patriot Act.
Is the non-aggression
No.
principle somehow a compromise? Can you somehow make that
No.
stretch?
No.
I mean, maybe just a little
Actually,
aggression.
I'll just deal. I'll just
It
deal
is sort of a
babies.
societal agreement, right? Where we
No.
agree to like meet in the middle. It's absolutely a compromise.
No.
No, you
It's-
can't
it's-
just say no. Tell me why it's not.
because it's derived from first principles and it's axiomatic. There's no changing it. There's no compromising from it.
Look, capitalism has always been the greatest compromise.
Bro.
Hashtag real capitalism has never been tried.
I'm anti-capitalist. I was joking.
I know. That was why I responded with that stupid. That's why I responded that way, Vidji.
5-minute warning.
Yeah, I was about to say we're about to put a cap on it because hopefully Mida and Cirque are done.
I wonder why
actually thought you were
nobody
gonna have.
brought up the Christmas truths of 1914.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I'll take that one.
Okay, what are the Christmas truths of 1914?
The Christmas
Truths.
truths.
Oh,
Like,
truths.
like basically people that were fighting on different sides of World War One. Like, it's Christmas. Let's just not fuck each other up for a night.
Yeah. Actually, it was more than just a night. It was a couple weeks.
That prolonged the war. That was a harm.
Hey, no, I think the
wasn't there
greatest
a time-
compromise. I think the greatest
ahead.
compromise of all time was the Canadians sending food to the Germans.
Bruh.
That's what I was just about to say.
Bruh.
Fuck, I let you have that. God damn it! Yes, exactly.
Nice one, Digi.
Agreed.
Damn it, if every ceasefire is a compromise, I think the neg side is at least 2/3 of them are probably on the half
Chief,
side now.
you don't get the joke, buddy, because what they followed
Do
that
you
up
not- do
with
you
was
not get
fucking
that joke?
grenades.
No,
Grenades.
I was going back to the other point. I wasn't making the fucking.
Okay.
I wasn't talking on that at all.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, well, I guess you would be the third.
I mean, for the rare instances in which we can find a compromise that was good for society, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it is so rare that most people can't even think of them.
All right, fair. I feel like I just read off a whole list of them, but
Yeah, no, he's saying that they have to be wholly good and morally good as well.
they have to.
Nothing
be
left on the
beneficial
table.
for Everybody, I got you.
perfect.
I got you.
There goes Game Boy again.
Yeah, well, he's going down there to tell everybody what we're saying.
Right.
Speaking
The
of which,
compromise
I'm a-
is less than ideal, therefore it's less than ideal.
I'm gonna send you. Game Boy's
equals A.
Yeah, see, I told you Game Boy's back. All right, Groofus, appreciate your contribution, sir.
called
Appreciate you
Circa
hanging out.
Bitch
We'll talk to you
Left.
again soon. Ooh, what'd you say?
I just called Circa a bitch and left.
Nice.
Oh, awesome. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna bring Mida away now. So hopefully Mida is
Sorry,
done
pulled
with
again.
Circa now, and
No.
and he can come play with.
I can
know what?
play fine. What do you want to talk about? What do you,
No,
Me-
the debate, the prompt, the where do you
I
stand?
didn't watch
Do
it.
you- Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
He's like, why can't you let me argue with
All right,
Circa?
so that's the end of our
now I'm gonna
participation.
do the thing. Yeah, now I'm gonna do the thing. I'll bring up Circa
you woke
because it
up
seemed
and
like
chose
Circa,
violence, bro?
Circa definitely had some thoughts on the prompt. So, Circa, do you think that political compromise is beneficial? Why or why not?
absolutely. Obviously.
Why do you say obviously?
'Cause
Why is it
politics,
obvious to you,
by
sir?
its very definition, is inherently a compromise.
Can you be louder?
Whereas, so politics, by its definition, is a compromise. It is a description of different groups and people trying to socially interact with each other in the world, and that requires compromise. Unless you think you can outrun me in a 40 and pick up a bigger rock. So if it's not those two, okay.
Gotcha.
I don't advocate for violence. I'm just
Right on. Can you
Circa,
think
what's your
of?
max bench press?
Oh my God.
what?
He's
Your max
asking you what your
bench.
max bench is. 'Cause he's- 'cause he's
It's a
in
weird
his
thing to
20s.
ask because bench is kind of
Yeah.
primarily about technique. I mean, if you want to ask me my three, like all three, I can tell you that. But
Yeah. It was like the first of 3 questions.
okay.
Not immediately getting derailed.
Yeah, no, immediately.
I mean,
He just
So,
brought up
Leafy knows
like
as well,
a
but anyone who
revolution,
asks
and
if
I'm like,
you're
I don't
flat
think he's
bench
very
probably
athletic.
knows that they're full of shit.
Let's compromise. What's your max leg press?
yeah,
That's good. That's good.
All right. So
I
Do
actually
you
haven't tested
compromise
my
by
match
not
in a long time.
skipping leg day?
Okay, let's
I have
let's
not
not get
tested my
derailed,
match in a long time.
guys. Get to what Radish was saying. Jesus.
Game Boy, I swear to God, one of these days, man. Yeah.
Plus, fighting is not good for people who bodybuild. By the way, I'm just letting you know.
You mean people who
Not
are
true. Look into
bodybuilders generally
hypertrophy.
aren't good at fighting? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, man, you try moving
Okay,
your
yeah.
arms and on
Yes.
the floor when you're rolling, when your fucking traps are so big you can't even hit like a 5-degree move angle, bro.
Fake news. Fake news.
Well, not only that, but you're gassed instantly. So
Yeah, it's not really conducive for fighting,
agreed. But what can you bench, bro? That's really what matters. So
Sounds like One Punch Man to me.
The real question is why fight when we can just compromise?
I rep right now two
Amen.
245s,
Well
245s
said.
on each side when I'm feeling on a strong day. So one that's what 145, 45,
225.
225 is what I rep mainly. right now.
Yeah, let's do 25.
I haven't really overloaded anymore though because I'm not trying to look like a thumb. You know, I don't know.
Look like a thumb. All right, so I'm gonna try and bring this back to the prompt. Although I think you are the last person who's coming up here. We're out of time on the clock, anyways. So so I guess can you think of okay? Can you steel man? Because I don't know if I've ever heard you steel man a position, Circa. Can you steel man why? Can you steel man why? Political compromise is bad for society.
Sure. Actually, the very concept of political compromise in general can breed the types of ideologies, political ideologies that we see in the early 20th century. They are, I mean, things like communism and fascism. They're not to call them only reactionary is kind of a disservice to them, but the idea of classical liberalism and compromise in and of itself has a muting effect, which can kind of make tears in social fabric. So, in a way, fascism probably wouldn't even exist without the ideas of political compromise being the slow political compromise being existent.
Good shit. Well done. Brava. Cheers.
You're welcome.
All right.
Steelman
Well,
something.
yeah.
Follow-up
that was
question.
cool.
Do you think liberal society can exist without political compromise?
No, definitely. Like inherently in classical liberalism, at least in the fact that I think we're talking about context, compromise is a part of it. Tolerance of dissenting opinions is inherently necessary for classical liberal democracies to take place. Without that,
How would
it's not a
you
classical liberal democracy.
how would you contend with like the question that a couple of them kind of phrased, like Vigi mentioned, like when one side is a verifiable bad actor, how do you square compromise in that system?
So you don't have to compromise. Um, when I look at this prompt, it says is beneficial for society, right? So if someone is running at you with a knife, let's say hypothetically, right, and they're literally about to stab you with the knife, and you look at them and go, "Dude, let's compromise." That is not the same thing as what classical liberal democracies mean when they say political compromise is necessary. When someone is, let's say, um, and this is why fascism and these types of movements can be hard to stop because they abuse the compromising structure of the liberal democracy in order to slowly eat away at the institutional strength to get rid of it entirely. So this is going to be something that's difficult, but to not get sidetracked, right? To actually identify and answer your question, it would be difficult, but it's not the same thing as like I think Trump is unconstitutionally doing things, so there is no compromise. I don't need to compromise with him. He's not even functioning within the constitutional framework or anything about my compromising structure. So that's my reasoning why. If I could help other people understand that, I feel like it would probably help us all. But unfortunately,
I
instead we get people
I
who think Iran is a good place to go fucking invade right now. It's great.
I think idealistically you're right about how liberalism is idealistically, but you're wrong about how liberalism is in practice, and that's why I'm pretty illiberal
You think
in
liberalism
my
in practice
ideology.
doesn't tolerate dissenting opinions?
No, I'm talking about like
That's what
the
that means.
compromise portion, the compromise portion.
Tolerating a dissenting opinion is compromise. Is it not?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
That's what I mean.
I meant more so with the like you don't have to compromise with them, with like the negative opinions for and you can it can still be liberalism.
I mean, if someone's not like what Doomer said, he actually mentioned that they're a bad actor, right? They're not even participating within the framework of what you value, right? Then I'm not really sure why we can't just still have compromise and liberal democracy for people who actually want to engage that way. And then when someone wants to try and forcefully do, you know, take it from you, let's say a war, you don't need to compromise with them. You can still be a liberal democracy. I just disagree with what you said.
And this is one of the problems with liberalism is like even if you do if even if you use that standard, it's still very much so easily abusable, and that's how we got the rise of
Easily?
Adolf Hitler.
What do you mean when you say
Yes.
easily? Can you think of a time in history when society was more tolerant and um, likely to fucking like invade and kill? And I mean, obviously wars exist in on the globe, right? But the U.S. for the most part, because of the fact that we have liberal democracy, and I think this is true. Um, we didn't need a revolution to like free black people, right? I mean, we had to fight a civil war in a way, but to give
I was
them
about
rights
to
later
say
down
we
the
kind of
line,
did.
But my point is, that's the thing. It's not perfect, guys. To keep that in mind. I can't really think of a time in history though where the sense of security, at least inside of the countries themselves, was stronger as it relates to the societies, right? What is beneficial for the societies?
Yeah, but
So when you say
when
easily, I'm not really sure what you're comparing it to.
well, I mean, I was bringing up the fact that actually participating in the system and operating within the system is what literally what led to the rise of Hitler.
Again,
And liberals
it's a little
being
bit of a disservice. I know I did mention like it's a little bit of a disservice to say it is only reactionary for fascism, right? But you're correct. Now, easily is the wrong word. The whole idea of liberalism is so tyrants don't actually, like Hitler, do not get produced faster. Because the truth is that without liberalism, tyrants just come to power quicker and with much more flavor and speed and in total
Yeah.
amount.
Real quick,
I
I want to
would-
jump in. I asked Doomer this question, and I want y'all to keep going, but I want to hear another definition of liberalism. You keep using that word,
Classical
but
liberalism.
what does that word actually represent?
Classical liberalism, in one sentence, means the most equality with the most freedom. And the acute individual would realize that both those things clash. So it is the dance between how much do we restrict and how much do we not restrict. How much do we let people hang Nazi flags over freeways and how much do we not let them do that? How much do we let them drive their car, where, how much do we those that's essentially what classical liberalism is. All that is tolerance and compromise within each other.
I would
So
be
liberalism to you is basically defined as compromise.
In a way, yeah, it's a clash between freedom and equality. And again, those two
And
things
finding
are not they clash.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I personally would be more open to liberalism if it wasn't for the fact that it is tolerant of intolerant ideas.
It's not. I mean, our country's a classical liberal country, and we did fight the Nazis and beat them, and we did, end a fascist movement in our country once the fascists in Europe went to war. That was uncompromising. The thing is like, again, this prompt.
Yeah,
is,
but we're also
in my
dealing with the
opinion,
rise of
way to
another
read this
fascist movement.
The way to read this prompt is what is the default mode of political discourse or political contribution or participation? And for me, I think compromise should be the default. And if we want to say that it's not and say that non-compromise or uncompromising things should be the default, then that's why I keep saying my joke about, you better be able to run fast vigilante. Or lift.
Yeah, the alternative is just might equals right.
Really want to. Andrew Wilson's now right. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't like that. I think it's not beneficial to society.
So, okay. So it's important really quickly the reason that we got to the situation we're in right now is because another party didn't present a persuasive enough alternative. The Democratic Party became the party of corporations for a long time, and it stopped being the party of the people in a lot of ways. And so it alienated a lot of the people who then started to think, well, maybe this is better. That's the reason 2016 happened, was because a lot of people saw what happened with, again, Bernie. You guys just mentioned, mentioned Bernie earlier, right? A lot of people were frustrated and said, well, fuck you then. That's literally why we're at the situation situation that we're in. And then the replacement was Joe Biden. And what we saw happen with the Biden Kamala thing was just as off putting to a lot of people. So again, the Democratic Party has not provided a compelling enough alternative.
Well, who won in 2020?
Right. Well,
I don't support
Well, no,
Democrats.
who
Everything you said
won?
is true. Everything you said is true, but I do want to point out that I feel like what we're asking for now is, since things aren't working, right, Horse? This is happening, right? Liberal
Correct.
democracies and compromise never claim to be perfect and never claim that they will stop tyrants or, be able
Correct.
to just stop these things from happening, but they are more beneficial to keep them from happening. I hope people.
Well, and
don't
so
mistake
the
that from not
reason
being
I was
true.
the reason I was bringing that up was more directed towards vigilante because of the fact that I've had plenty of people push back to me before about the idea of being tolerant of intolerance. Right? That's not what I am. And when people talk about like platforming it, it's like literally what we're doing here is we're combating bad ideas in a public forum. If you don't engage with the bad ideas publicly, it's not that you're tolerating them; you're pushing back against them, but you are allowing them to be spoken so that you can give a better case, so you can explain publicly why that's a bad idea. The problem for a long time there was that the left had a tendency to denigrate or insult or talk past or pretend like they were too above it all to explain to the common people why it was that they shouldn't be voting for that person. The average person did not feel like the Democratic Party or the left in general was talking to them. They felt condescended to, right? So again, just because you're willing to talk to somebody who is a racist and explain to them why racism is bad does not mean you're tolerant of racism. It means that I accept that people disagree with me and I want to try to persuade them to a better way of thinking.
That compromise is more beneficial too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, again, it's not tolerance of the shittiness, it's acceptance of the fact that the shittiness exists. And I would
There's
rather
variance, right? There is variance.
yeah. And there's people who have just not been shown a better way. Like
Exactly. Like my
I've known
stepdad,
so
right? When
many
I was younger,
people. Yes.
went to a McDonald's one time. I remember, I'll never forget it. He literally screamed, "Why are we playing this fucking Mexican stuff?" And I remember talking to him later in my life and bringing that up, and him being like, "I don't know, I really don't know why I did that." And
Yeah.
those moments can make people change, right? But
People change, people
uncompromised will
grow.
not do
Exactly.
that.
Exactly. Insulting
I
them,
wanna
shutting
ask
them,
Shang Yang a
casting
question
them.
really fast. Is that all right?
Is Shang in? Oh yeah, in the chat. Sure. He actually just, I think he just joined the Discord channel. So absolutely, go ahead. What did Shang say?
So Shang Yang, it is not untrue that the founders, many of them did not care for black people. You are correct. But
So hold on, hold on,
I
hold
want
on.
you to tell
Well,
him.
you got to read what he said first, so
Oh.
because I don't see it. So
He's mentioning a good point about how people think of equality in the modern sense. And when I bring up equality, I'm using the
certainly
term
modern
from,
notions of equality have basically nothing to do with classical liberal and are often used to justify
Correct.
positions that are quite liberal
Correct.
or illiberal.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the modern definition of equality is not what a classical liberal. I mean, in a way, it kind of has similarities, but it is different. But he asked, in the name of substantial racial equality. So there is obviously a big racial question when it comes to the founders and when we want to call the United States a liberal democracy. But if you read the Constitution, my question to you is, can you tell me a single place where they actually even mentioned a black person or a woman? Or because the truth is the founders were so colorblind, or maybe they just did not care at all about black people when they were writing it, that they just never wrote in anything about them not having rights. Really, they just excluded them entirely from the idea of the book. These inventions came a little bit later in terms of like some additions, right? When we have the 14th Amendment and other things, those are additions, right? But when they wrote the Constitution, they were only thinking of themselves, which made it radically inclusive. If you think about it, it's one of the reasons that we were able to give rights to many peoples, because they never actually took the time to go, black people need to be like South Africa did, need to be this strata. Okay. I think that's important to understanding what classical liberalism is and how the founders thought when they were, or at least when early writers were thinking of the U.S.
I'm
has
confused,
passed
Circa. I'm confused. Are you saying that it was an oversight or it was intentional?
I'm pretty sure if we asked their opinion now, like, hey, how do you feel about black people? They probably would have gave us a litany of very interesting things. But all I'm saying is that when they wrote the Constitution, they apparently didn't have any black people around them, and they just forgot about them.
I mean, they had like stuff like the fugitive slave clause and stuff in the Constitution, right?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Wasn't there like a fugitive
there's a
slave
20-year
clause and stuff
slave
like that?
clause, a concession to certain founders that they would have to give up slavery. But there's nowhere in the Constitution that kind of inhibits there's no like black people can't own homes or property. It was just inherently known. So that's kind of what I mean about the structure of the Constitution and how liberal democracy was thought of by people, and not just founding fathers, people like John Locke. I'm sure he probably had choice words about black people as well, but his writing talks of all men. And again, they're radically inclusive in a way, only because they just didn't take the time to write out their real thoughts on what they thought weren't humans, probably. But it does, again, it makes it a little bit radically inclusive because of the nature, and they didn't really care about them when they were writing it. So we can extrapolate the ideas there and still include black people now because they didn't actually write they can't have those rights in the future, right? It is an important part of it.
So again, I'm trying to clarify. It sounds like, in your opinion, it was an oversight and not an intentional.
I don't think it was intentional. Yeah.
Okay.
They were
just
writing
basically
a
didn't.
framework for themselves, for sure. So, like, there is probably a debate to be had. Like,
That's a bitch.
Was the U.S. a liberal democracy when a bunch of people living here literally were like slaves? The answer to that is they just thought of them as not humans, and all humans had rights. But I mean, that's probably a question.
Well,
for
so
another
the
day.
thing is, I've heard arguments that framed it the other way. So I'd be interested in maybe I don't know that would be a fucking whole conversation I'd even want to sit for, but
it was a democracy first, and not later.
but no, that the founders intentionally wrote it the way that they did so as to make it so that slavery could be done away with. That's the way I've heard it framed by many people. But if what you're telling me, you think that it was just an oversight, it was an oopsie, it was I didn't even think to fucking mention it, like, or I couldn't be bothered to dip the quill one more time, like that just seems really weird to me, and I've never heard that framing before.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, I thought of it myself. It's my own interpretation, personally. I think it makes sense though, right? Because if you look at someone like South Africa or like a country like Nazi Germany, there's a real problem when you have the actual, like, not just the absence, but now you have prescribed racial laws. That would be, I think, the demarcation there, right? So, like, when I say they didn't think about them enough for this, I mean, like, how Hitler wrote in non-marriage laws for Jews and non-Jews in his country. We really didn't have that at a federal level or constitution. They just didn't do it, which made it kind of radically inclusive in the future. Now, Shang, your comment about conception of rights and equality goes against classical liberal conception of rights. That is not true. So John Locke's Second Treatise of Government, right? An unalienable right, or unalienable. I got that kind of annoyed last time, but the point of that whole idea is that no one can possess it, right? So that means you yourself cannot possess it, and the state has a duty to protect that right from you, and you have a duty to protect it from the state, correct? And in order to do any of these things, like, let's say for men to own property next to each other without devolving into killing each other, classical liberalism promotes the idea of limiting freedom to promote equality. That's what I mean by they clash. So in order to have the most of both, you need to limit some positive freedom. Because too much freedom in circumstances, something that's a very classical liberal take here, will be an example I give is an economic one, actually. Like, if you think of like a Japanese fishing village, and their entire life and identity relies on fishing to do everything economically, and you don't have any governmental oversight into the limiting of how much you can fish, let's say we have two scenarios. One where the city does have fishing limitations, and one where it doesn't. The second city, or second version of the city scenario, runs out of fish because everyone overfishes, and then now they no longer have fish, and the city fails economically, fails drastically. In the first scenario, they can still fish for years to come, but they may not be able to fish as much in 1 year. Who has more freedom to fish in that scenario? If we're talking about the city, I think the answer is kind of obvious. So that's what I mean when I talk about limiting freedoms to promote equality of everyone to then participate in the freedoms that we are now prescribing by the government. Okay.
All right, so real quick, apparently at the Constitutional Convention, black slavery was discussed at length. There was tons of debates, there was tons of discussion. So the fact that it was absent from the original Constitution could not have been just an accidental oversight. It was absolutely an intentional decision for them to make sure to frame it in such a
Yeah, for
way.
unity.
It
during
was
the
definitely on
convention.
top of mind.
Many
was
of
mentioned
them
in the
wanted
Federalist
to
Papers.
put really radical race laws in them, and thankfully
And
got
the
away
fact
with the
that they
Constitution.
and the fact that they didn't was not an
Yeah.
oversight or an accident. What'd you say, Doomer?
No, I was just saying the same thing you're pretty much saying. It was just
It
done
was a
for like more
compromise.
unity. Yeah, it was it was the OG compromise.
Yeah,
Because
there you go.
they knew that they couldn't really do anything without some support of the guarantee of the 20-year thing, right? But at that time,
But
in,
but
like,
hold on. Before we get into another history lesson, it seems to me like this is the best example to Lethe and Vigilante of a compromise that was beneficial for society because it set up the Constitution in such a way that it could end the bad thing, right?
Right. It established governments without being morally perfect because
I
that's
think
not what we should expect of
obviously a lot of
We're not
political
compromise.
looking
factors
for
here too, right?
perfection, exactly. So,
Yeah.
all right, word.
Compromise opens
Trying to
the
get
door.
shit done.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
Get
not.
you
I
done.
think No Nothing would cite it best with Article 5 being able to amend the Constitution, get that new convention in here.
Word.
Yeah, is that what he want? What did he want to do with that? He left before he could say what
He didn't really
Yeah.
extrapolate much on it. I'm
No.
also super curious about what he wants to
One
do with it because I'm
half.
really, really hesitant about something like a constitutional convention nowadays. But
So actually,
I'm on the
it
side
was
that
written
the
down. It's
Constitution
going to
needs
be a
to in
prompt
place.
that the United States should have another constitutional convention. It's here. That's going to be on the prompt list for the next go round. So I don't want to get too deep into it right now.
I don't want to get
Circa,
into like that, but I'm gonna
any
have
last
to.
thoughts?
Oh, to rewrite it?
I'm gonna kick you out before so I
Yeah,
can
you're
say
fine.
goodbye to everybody officially. But any last thoughts on the benefits or of the night or anything else?
No, I yapped long enough. You're good.
Word. Cheers. Have a great night, brother. Appreciate you hanging out.
Later.
Peace out, circuit.
Yeah, like I said, the Constitutional Convention question stood out to me too, and I would like to actually hear. That seems like that one might be another 3v3 in the future. So, all right. So I'm way past my bedtime, but I enjoyed the fuck out of it. You said we were gonna have that meta conversation. I think we're still gonna do that, but I'm gonna go ahead and rate us out real quick. Lethe, are you gonna stay live, or are you about to dip out, or are you gonna? What are you?
Done. I am done.
You are done as well. Cool. Then I'm gonna go ahead and rate us out because I do actually still want to talk to everybody. Oh, it's that conspiracy bingo. Oh fuck yeah, you guys definitely are gonna enjoy that. I can't stay up for it myself.
You're
but,
good. You would enjoy it.
Yeah, have you been watching it on the side?
So
No,
I'm gonna raid
but
into
it
you,
seems like
Horseradish, so then
reality.
you can raid everybody out.
All right, cheers. That works perfect. All right.
Stacking raids.
So, yeah, exactly. Stacking them up. So again, I just want to say that I appreciate all of you guys, and we are going to get a little bit of feedback, I hope, on the things that we can do. Hopefully, I fixed the thing with the Video Ninja. I apologize to everybody who was exposed to that, sincerely and truly. It's all Let's Chief's fault.